Hello and welcome to the second annual Lefties Awards. I'm your host, Bread Theory, along here with my lovely wife, Amanda. Say hi, Amanda.
Hi, everyone.
So tonight we are going to present you the results of the Lefties Awards. Now, a little bit of background before we get going here. So the way the Lefties work is that it's all done on the Facebook group Left Signal Boost. It was created by my group, and we did all the stuff for it, including the art for the background and everything. And all the nominees across all the different categories, and we have many different categories tonight. And we have about double what we had last time. So this time we have just under 40 categories that we're going to be presenting from, and it's going to be everything from music to literature to Facebook groups. Hello, John. How are you tonight? Glad to have you here. Twitch, YouTube, pretty much any sort of platform or art medium you can think of, we're going to have some kind of award for you from a leftist perspective tonight. And that's really the point, is to celebrate the vast diversity of leftist content that's being created right now. So all of the nominees were submitted by any member of Left Signal Boost. So that was the only criteria. They had to be a leftist, and it had to be work that had been done in roughly the past year since we had the last award show, anyway, which was about this same time last year. And as long as they met that criteria, they were submitted for the vote, which took place in the beginning of this month, in the beginning of November. And tonight, we want to still boost all of the different people that have submitted their works and submitted others' works. So for every nominee, they're going to get a little clip of their work, whether that's just some still photos or video, whatever the most convenient medium for what they do is. All the nominees get a little bit of a feature, and I'll do my best to, in between each one, give you all the links to the different creators. And in the final video, on the YouTube version, anyway, we'll put in the show notes all the links to the various creators so that you can go check out their work. Because again, that's the main point of tonight, is just celebrating the wide breadth and depth of leftist creation, basically creative works. So yeah, so then all the voting as well was done just by the people. We sent out a simple link to a Google form, and as long as you had that link, your vote counted. So we're all very, horizontally structured. This is not just, like your typical award show where rich and powerful people just pat each other on the back, and basically it's one big commercial for the industry from a top-down perspective. This is the opposite.
Yeah, to be fair, my ball gown is at the dry cleaners right now, so do not have it
Mine as
available
well.
for this evening. So maybe next year I'll get it together and I get my ball gown back
Oh, but
and I'll be
that's
ready.
okay. We're very informal here. The point is to spotlight the creators themselves, not even ourselves really. I'll
And move the movement.
make the movement move. Yeah, absolutely true. So yeah, feel free to speculate about which of your favorite creators are going to um, win it in each category. You know, if you are in the let's see, if you're in the Twitch chat and you're someone that I have known from before, definitely reach out to me, and I'll make you a mod, and you can make some polls in chat or something like that if you so choose. That might be kind of fun in between each one. So basically, how this is going to work is I'm going to play a reel. I have this video that I've put together, and it basically is going to go through each category. It's going to introduce all the nominees, and then there'll be a final award picture, and that's really the big award. The award, for lack of a better word, is we have custom drawings by myself, and as well as the member who did all the background art for the show as well, which you'll be seeing in just a second. And you can check out their work at White Opium Art on Instagram. Very good illustrator, and in fact, they're up for an illustration award this year too. So yeah, good luck to them, and good luck to all the nominees. So I guess without further ado, I think we'll get into the first category. And tonight our first category is thanks for the drum roll. So let's go up to our first category here. Okay, that's a good. Yep, good drum roll. Thank you. I'm gonna scroll up here so I can follow along at the same time. So our first category is Best Worker-Owned Cooperative of 2021. So let's take a look at the nominees. Excuse me. All right, here we go. So yeah, just three nominees for that category, but they're all very worthy institutions. I'm going to go ahead and put those links in the chat for you right now. Were you aware of any of those nominees yourself,
Just
Amanda?
the Namaste Solar.
Yeah, they're pretty cool, huh?
The MNTV, is that a local
Oh,
thing or
oh,
is that just
it was actually mean.
ironic?
No, it's Means TV. Oh, jeez,
Oh,
I forgot to put off my caption again. I apologize for that. So here we go. Here's if you're interested, here is all of the links to those nominees. And there you are. There you have it. Huh. Interesting that YouTube is reposting that, but that's fine. We'll continue on and we'll see who won for this category. Red Emma's is actually pretty cool too. They are a local cafe. They're in the Northeast. I think they're in Baltimore, if I'm not mistaken.
oh, okay, they're not.
They're not local, but they do. They have an online bookstore with all kinds of leftist literature, and they ship anywhere in the U.S. and probably Canada as well.
Uh-huh. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I know it's going to be a late one too, because there's a lot of stuff to get through. But yeah, they're a really cool cooperative as well. But it's always cool to see workers having more control over the means of their own production. So that's just awesome to see. All right, well, without further ado, let's get into the winners. There you go, Namaste Solar. Very good, very good. I think they're out of Colorado, if I'm remembering correctly. And that's just great to see. So not only are they, socially responsible with the kind of work that they do, but they're also environmentally responsible. So they empower, I mean, they empower their workers, but they also literally empower the people with with solar panels. So that's awesome to see that lining up there.
And they're still making money? But how?
Yeah,
Just
I
kidding.
know, really.
Just kidding.
Probably because they got a lot more buy-in than your average solar, even your average solar company. So that's really cool. All right, so let's move on to the next category. So the next one is the next best leftist database of 2021. Let's see what the nominees are for that one. Oops. All right, we'll just pause it there. So left signal boost is one that I actually started working on. Um, it was a project out of the group Left Signal Boost, and we thought this would be a cool way to uh, give people the chance to have a community created database of all sorts of different leftist projects. What are you doing? Oh,
Nothing.
you're gonna do that Control C. There we go. Thanks for that. Um, so yeah, that's been kind of one of my little pet projects over the years here, or over the past couple years. And so yeah, you can go there and there's all the same categories that you'll be seeing tonight, everything from art to streaming to whatever, and you can add entries yourself to help other people find different creators. Because that's one thing that when you're starting out down the path of actual leftism, especially if you're coming from, say, like a liberal perspective, it can be kind of hard to know where to look and where to go. So that was our idea is this kind of crowdsourced way of getting people pointed in a good direction that they can then branch out from whatever their interest may be.
It is really helpful, at least for me as a novice. Like, I need to be entertained while I'm getting information. And that's really helped me a lot
Yeah,
by combining the funny and informational. That really helped.
very cool. Very cool. Yeah, and then of course, Marxists.org is a wonderful internet archive, and they have all sorts of resources about different Marxist literature, all sorts of stuff. Pretty much any author you can think of, as long as their stuff is in the public domain, you can find there. And the same is pretty true of the Anarchist Library. They do that same sort of stuff. They do. I think it's all print material with the Anarchist Library. I don't think they have any audiobooks yet, but they did work with LibriVox to do some leftist audiobooks. We've used them a lot on the theory streams that I do here. So yeah, all great organizations, all great places to check out. And now we will see who won. So congrats to Marxist.org. Really cool internet archive. I really encourage you all to go check them out as soon as you can. Let me just bring up my stream manager so I can make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, I didn't even see that. Dev Els, thank you very much for the subscription with your Prime. Thanks so much. I really appreciate that. You are my third subscriber so far. So I just became a affiliate just a couple months ago, which was really exciting because I get to do all the custom emotes and that sort of thing. But also, it's a way to start, monetizing it more. And who knows if this channel gets big enough, maybe it could be, part time or even someday a full time job. Because I really love doing this stuff. If I didn't have to worry about rent or bills or anything like that, I would spend a lot more time streaming. Probably do it almost every day, or at least almost every weekday. Because I just, I've really enjoyed the community that I've been able to reach doing this sort of thing. It's really cool. And so John says, I like the fact that these are tested and that saves time filtering the sites for you. Good. Yeah. Yeah. And it was John who had asked me to get a list together of the various organizations, links to all of them. So I appreciate the suggestion. That's a really good one. But yeah, Marxist.org. What a great database. Let's move on to the next category. So we've got leftist blog coming up. And so yeah, just the In Defense of Liberation this year, and that's what you see actually when you're allowing people to nominate whoever they feel like for whatever category. Sometimes you get categories that you only have one nomination for, and that's just fine. For each category, we also allowed a write-in, so there's always the chance that someone else could take it, even if only one official nominee has been selected. But we think it's rather than taking out categories that weren't as competitive, we thought it'd be better just to keep on showcasing the work. The work is really the important part here. So you're going to see that a few times during this award ceremony where there's only one person for a category, but it's still important. Still important to highlight that work. So yeah, so we can probably guess who the winner of this category is going to be. So there you have it, In Defense of Liberation, a really great blog by a friend of this show, who's also been pretty instrumental in helping build up one of my other groups, Left Pod Posting, and that's Josh, who runs In Defense of Liberation. So yeah, congrats to you. And let me get that link for you. It's having some trouble. Hold on. I got it.
Then Control V.
Yeah, I know, but it's
Oh.
it's I can't really see through the microphone, so it's hold on. Now do it. There we go. So there you go. There's In Defense of Liberation, a really cool blog by Josh Finn, who's he does a podcast mainly, but he also puts out his stuff as a blog, and it's been really cool to see. Um, all right, let's move on to the next category. Let's see what we got coming up next. Best New Leftist Author. Now, this is something new to the Lefties Awards. The category of new for each one. We wanted to carve out space for some new up and coming creators that maybe haven't gotten as much. That gives people that haven't gotten as much exposure yet a chance. Especially when we get to things like YouTube, where there's some really large creators that tend to dominate certain spaces. This gives a chance for everyone to, you know, get in there and have a chance at winning a award, regardless of their current size yet. So this is for the best new leftist uh, author. And so again, you see, we just had one nominee for that one, and that's totally fine. So congrats to Brenton Lingle, and that's a really cool graphic novel, which I haven't picked up my copy yet of. In fact, I'm not sure if it's quite out on the presses. Oh, it must be actually out now. But it's the story of Bonaventura Durruti, who was a oh, hello, how's it going, Stoop Kid? Good to see you. Um, Buenaventura Durruti was a Spanish anarchist during the Spanish Civil War, and so this is a graphic novel basically of his life and times, and it's really awesome to see. It's some really high quality art. In an upcoming category, you'll see the illustrator actually is nominated for an award. Um, yeah, definitely go check that one out. I'll go ahead and link that one. Oh, you know what? I didn't have that one. I'll have to get that link for you later on, but definitely it'll be posted with the final video, so you can come back and look at it.
So he wrote and illustrated that. It was a
No, no, actually, Jaime Infante, who is, I believe he lives in Spain. He's a Spanish guy. He's the one who did the illustration, and Brenton did the story.
oh, okay.
So it's a really cool collaboration. So Jaime is up for an award later on for Best Leftist Illustrator. Um, yeah,
Cool.
cool. What do you think so far about the nominees and the awards and stuff?
I like that there's this running theme so far within like this is meant to share and discover, not necessarily like, oh, this is the best of the best, but like these are people we want to bring to your attention that you may have not seen already, which is great.
Sure.
I worked in a bookstore for like 11 years, and all of my favorite books were nothing that I found on my own, but stuff that other people told me about.
Yeah, and isn't that so often the case that, you
Mm-hmm.
can, I mean, for one thing, if it's a commercial publication, there's incentives to highlight, this author or that author, that
Mm-hmm.
sort of thing. Um, but uh, when it's just person to person, basically the only goal is like, hey, I really like this thing, so you should check it out. So,
But then also, you have something to talk with that person about
oops.
and a different experience to share together.
I tried to copy that site for Brenton. I think I must have pressed the wrong button because it went back for the blog again. So here we go. Here is the one for
Control
Brenton
V.
Lingle. Yeah, there we go. All right, so there you go. There's Brenton Lingle's. I think that's the trailer for Durruti, which is a really beautiful trailer as well. You saw a little clip of it there. It also comes with music, but as you can imagine, with being such a small channel, I don't have the economic power to be buying rights for music. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, you'll see even when we get to the music section of the awards, I unfortunately cannot play the original music. We just have the background stuff playing here, which is a Creative Commons. So it's a non copyrighted playlist, and this one is called. I think this one is music to seize the means by. So this one that's playing is a kind of a lo-fi jazz hip hop version of the International, and it goes through a few of them. It's about a 20-minute playlist for that one. Um, so yeah, all right. I think we can move on to the next category. Let's see what's coming up next. So there you have it. There's your nominees for best leftist book of 2021. Um, and so you saw that Derudi is coming up again, and that was the one of the other decisions we made. We said you can nominate the same work for many categories as long as it fits, because I mean, why not? You know, they should have a chance to be nominated for all the stuff that applies to them. So yeah, there you have it. And I'll go ahead and give you the links to all that stuff there. So there's all the stuff for best leftist book of 2021. Do you want to add anything or have any thoughts before we continue on?
Let me see the.
So we have
Yeah.
Canceling Comedians While the World Burns, a critique of the contemporary left by Ben Burgess. And it's basically an exploration of mostly the online left and what they often, unfortunately, tend to set their priorities towards, which is, you know, a bunch of kind of culture warrior stuff where, you know, so and so said this horrible thing and now we have to cancel them. And, you know, they spend all this time and effort really just eating their own, for one thing, but also just getting super outraged at any little opinion that doesn't toe their very specific line, rather than trying to, you know, focus on things like climate change. So that's where the world burning part of the title comes in. Uh, and then we have, of course, Derudi again, and then the Red Deal, which is an indigenous response to the Green New Deal. So it's their own idea of what the priorities should be for, you know, both making more environmental justice in the world, but also more social justice at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Which book are you asking about there, Devin?
I bet it was the first one. I think that's when that comment came through.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Canceling Comedians. That's Ben Burgess, really smart professor. Um, oh, covered it. Yeah, cool. Thanks. Uh,
I feel like
Canceling Comedians. Yeah, yeah, that's
he
definitely a good
sounds
one to.
familiar.
Yeah, yeah. He goes on a lot of different leftist talk shows. He goes on the Majority Report from time to time.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Uh, Great sense of humor. He really makes things entertaining, but he's got the knowledge to back it up as well. So yeah, he it sounds like a good book. I've not gotten to it yet. Basically, right now, the position I'm at with my schedule and my free time in my life, I only have time for audiobooks, unfortunately. So when that book comes out in audiobook form, I'll definitely pick that up. Um,
I think it already is. I just found it for Kindle.
oh, Kindle. Okay. I suppose I could get a text reader, and then I could read
Mm-hmm.
it that way. That's one possibility.
I've got a friend that does that.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I don't mind the auto-generated voices for that sort of thing. So yeah, that's an idea. Uh, Yeah, yeah, Natalie, absolutely. Like the left wars on Twitter. That's precisely the case. And how are you tonight, Natalie? Good to see you here. Natalie's a frequent audience member on this show. Let's continue on to see who won the award.
Canceling comedians, I bet.
Ah, it was Daruti. Daruti again, coming in strong with its second win for the night. The first one was for Best New Leftist Author in Brenton Lengel, who was the author of the book. But yeah, a really cool idea to just a different way to, you know, make history come to life and highlight the life of a real life anarchist and, you know, in some ways larger than life and yet uh, definitely a real person with who lived all that stuff. So that's really cool to see that it's getting some attention now. All right, let's move on to our next category. Oh, and Natalie says hi to you. Yeah, this is my wife Amanda. So now we have best leftist movie or series. I really enjoyed Inside myself. That was a good, really good movie. And here's a movie that's available on Means TV. It's Nicaragua Against Empire. And then of course everyone knows Squid Game, taking over the world with that one. I just finally finished that one, and yeah, you know, you definitely have to be have a high threshold for the gore and the cruelty and just kind of the bleak world that they. Whoop, no, and I went too long on that one. So there you go. Squid Game has won that one. Sorry, I didn't mean to, I meant to pause the video a little bit sooner than that. But there you go. Squid Game has won. But yeah,
I don't think people are interpreting that the way that the leftist community has interpreted that.
well, I mean, they're pretty explicit about it. This is supposed to be a critique of modern capitalism and the material nature of society. That the creator has said this.
But sometimes people don't scratch below that surface. It's just hype. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, I mean, I would hope that
Yeah,
they go
absolutely.
beyond that.
So
I
anyway,
just thought,
so here's links for the movies and streaming. There you go. This movie or series. I don't know how come YouTube keeps uh, posting comments, but there you have
because
it.
you're linking to them.
Oh, you know what? That probably is it. It's probably because a lot of the links are YouTube. They probably want to, for some reason, retweet their own or repost their own
Yeah,
thing. Although I am
why
coming in
not?
on Twitter. There may be people on Twitter right now watching me. Let's
Tweet,
see.
tweet,
Let's see what.
tweet.
Actually, you know what? Everything except Twitter. Looks like I'm having.
It's okay.
That's okay. But yeah, appreciate y'all joining us tonight. Um, so for those of you just joining, we have done a few categories so far. We have covered best worker owned best leftist worker owned cooperative. I guess all cooperatives are in some way leftist. Of 2021, best leftist database, best leftist blog, best leftist book and author, and movie series. That's one we just covered. So we're going to get into best leftist photographer next, and we're going to see what the nominees are for that one. Yeah, Squid Game is really good. It's just very
I
violent,
know.
you know.
I'm just thinking
I
about
know.
that other show. Squid ain't even about
Oh,
squids.
of course, yeah, yeah. Your favorite TikTok guy. Yeah, so another category with only one nominee, but it's someone that I had not heard of before, Mickey Pope. Apparently, they photograph a lot of protests and uh, that sort of thing. So a really cool person to be following. I'll give you the link to their stuff right now. Let me just move along here.
That's why it didn't come up.
What's that?
I was trying to look them up, and they pulled up an old grandma's obituary. So that was confusing for me.
Yeah. So it's Miki Pope, and they are on Twitter. That's the place
Oh,
where I found most of their photography.
and pets.
Cool.
Who doesn't like that?
Who doesn't like pets? I mean, only psychopaths, really.
This is how you know you're hanging with good people.
That's right.
Like,
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
sorry.
So there you have it. Mickey Pope, congrats for Best Leftist Photographer of 2021. Yeah, actually, one of my brothers has not watched Squid Game either. Or Squid Games or
Oh,
Squid Game, and Amanda has not watched it.
I can't do it.
You do have to have a high threshold for gore, and you have to have a high threshold, as I said, for just kind of really depressing material, because uh, they've definitely left open the possibility for a second season. I'm sure there'll be a second season with how popular it's been. Uh, oh, you're called out to Jelly Moon, so you've
It's
not seen
okay.
it. Yeah, that's totally fine.
It's really
Um,
unnecessarily I mean,
there are definitely other ways you can get the same message, but it's just really interesting the way they put it together. Um, but yeah, it's not one that, if you're looking for a feel good series, it definitely is not it. It doesn't pull a lot of punches. There's not really much optimism once the whole thing is done. Uh, I'm not giving away any spoilers, I don't think, by saying that, but it's bleak. It's a bleak thing pretty much throughout.
you want some good, clean fun, go watch that Steve Martin show. That's funny. That'll make you feel better.
Not exactly a leftist production, but still
No,
very entertaining.
I'm teasing.
But yeah, no, I've like
Or
that.
you can watch Squid Games and then watch that.
There you
You'll
go.
feel less bad.
Alternate back and forth
Yeah.
between that, or like that and Bob's Burgers. So that would be an interesting
Well,
contrast.
that would be.
Anyway, let's move on now to the best leftist painter of 2021. Let's see what the nominees are for that.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so artsy underscore Marxist is also a Twitch streamer, and they paint all those paintings live on their Twitch stream. It's really cool to watch the process, and they'll play like cool lo-fi type music at the
Hmm.
same time, or I guess whatever they're thinking of. Um, it's a cool channel, so check them out. Oh boy, I'm having so much trouble copying and pasting.
Control C, Control V.
Yeah, I got you, but it's just not capturing it well.
See, I like that, Natalie. Dark comedy, that's okay, because it's funny and dark, not morbid and borderline too close to reality. True.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Carlin was very pointed in his comedy and very dark, but at the same time, you could feel some catharsis because it was a comedy show.
Yeah.
Like probably first and foremost, I would say. Uh, so that might be a better balance if you're looking for some really pointed and dark stuff, but also to laugh at the same time.
It is the best medicine. And it's free since we don't have universal health care yet.
Very true. Very true. And so yeah, so you can also find artsy underscore Marxist on the twitch.tv as well. A really cool program. All right, let's get to see who the winner was. And congrats to Artsy Marxist. Yay.
They deserve claps or snaps.
Absolutely. The stuff they do is brilliant. The way they bring things to life and blend reality and more artistic flourishes. It's really cool, and it's cool to see it happen in real time as well. So that's cool. Yeah. All right. So let's move on to the next category. Let's see what we got. So we have leftist illustrator. Yeah, so there you have it for, and you saw that Jaime Infante was one of the nominees, the one who did the artwork for Durruti, who is now a two-time winner so far uh, of the Lefties Awards. And also, J. Andrew World had done a special one-off illustration for Durruti when they were doing uh, their Kickstarter campaign. So that was a really cool one. That was the last piece of art that I included for J. Andrew World's work. And yeah. And then you saw White Opium Art, who, as you can see in the background there of all these title cards, did the cool graphic design for the Lefties Awards. So yeah, good job. Yeah, and also did many of the award cards as well. So yeah, thank you so much, White Opium Art, for that. And I'll give you all the
Go from the bottom, it's easier.
oh, from the bottom. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Good thinking.
I spent a lot of time on the computer last
Oh
year.
yeah.
I hated it.
So there you go. You can go check out all of the best leftist illustrators, all the nominees for that category. Do you have anything you wanted to add before we move on?
I'm just excited to keep
Excited
rolling.
to see. All right, let's keep.
Yeah. I bet it's White Opium.
It is J. Andrew World. Congrats to J. Andrew World. I don't know if he likes to go by Jay or Andrew or World, but really cool stuff. He's done some art for Ben Burgess's. I think a couple covers of his books. Does stuff for him as well. Illustrations for his podcast, for like the title cards for his podcast. Uh, and yeah, really cool artist and illustrator. So congrats to J. Andrew World. All right. Yeah, so unfortunately with this one, cannot play the original music because I did a test of it and it is definitely copywritten material. I would probably get taken down from the YouTube stream immediately if I were to play it, even though it's more indie stuff. But yeah,
We don't
say
want to
love
go
you.
on punishment.
So um, even before I put out that one, why don't I go ahead and give you all the links to. Why isn't ah boy? I'll give you all the links to the nominees beforehand, even, so that you can go check out the music yourself. Oh, I keep. Whoops, didn't mean to do that one. All
I
right,
don't like the mouse that gets in the way.
that's fine. We can act as a team here. No problem.
4 arms are better than 2.
Sure.
Squid Games.
That was the
That was the message.
that was more of a subtle message from Squid Games, but yeah, you're right.
Now you don't have to watch it.
Mm-hmm. I guess Squid even have what do they have? 10 tentacles or something like that. So maybe 10 is the magic number.
Let's look it up.
You can go ahead and look that up. I'll
look it up,
introduce
guys.
the nominees for best leftist band or artist.
two, 8 arms and 2 tentacles.
Oh, interesting. They don't count most of their arms as tentacles, huh?
Yep.
So yeah, you're just gonna have to take my word for it unless you follow those links. But all really great music. That last one there, Diabolito, also does the YouTube channel A Leftist Loudmouth, which is a Spanish and English channel, and is a beautiful singing voice. Does original songs. I almost ventured to play it, but I didn't want to. I just didn't want to risk getting that copyright strike.
Not during an award
Um,
show.
but yeah, yeah, does some really cool stuff. Um, yeah, I hadn't actually heard of any of those bands and artists beforehand, so it's been a cool experience for me just seeing what people come up with in the nomination process. You never know.
Oh, we haven't done something yet.
You getting ready to clap?
Yeah.
Oh, and I hope the music in the background of this video, this reel that I'm playing, is coming through okay. If I need to turn it up or turn it down or whatever, just let me know. So to the Oxymorons, a cool kind of punk. Um, it's like it's a mixture of a lot of stuff. It's like punk, it's like rap, it's a lot of cool
Upbeat,
genres mixed
peppy.
together, and also a little bit emo in times. So they blend a lot. Like they really pull from a lot of sources, and they have really cool videos too. So definitely check out the Oxymorons too. Very good stuff.
Love that name.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. Oh,
Oh, so this is the one song that I knew was actually in Creative Commons. So I actually did include a song. I misspoke earlier. So
Oh,
we will get to hear one song, and I know it's your favorite song.
oh gosh. Please help me.
This came from the H3 versus Sam Cedar debate. So enjoy.
no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare.
It's so good though. It's a bop.
He's just so trashy, though.
Oh, well, Steven Crowder, yeah, for sure. That's why it's great that ridiculous, uh, that ridiculous um,
Like, what's with the baseball tee and the, like,
moment in his career was frozen in time. Yeah, the baseball tee.
this makes no sense.
No, of course not. No, he's
Unless
an
he's
idiot.
trying to extra define the, like, straps. Like, oh, look at my
Well, that's
holsters.
probably it. We know his holsters are empty,
Yeah.
so it doesn't even make sense in any
And
level.
where does he live? Because, like, isn't it.
He's Canadian.
Wait.
Yeah, like
Isn't
so
it
many.
conceal and carry, not brandish like a freak with your baseball shirt?
Well, yeah, and probably in Canada too. They probably do have
Let's
stricter laws about that.
let's look that
But
up too,
but
guys.
it's empty holsters, and maybe it's for that purpose. That very well may be. So there's all the song nominations.
You are not allowed to conceal or open carry in Canada.
So there you go. That's probably why he has them empty at all times.
This
He's
is
just
where I put my dreams. That's why they're empty.
That's funny. Yeah, that's really good. Uh, yeah, yeah. He is a caricature of a man who's had his entire career handed to him by his rich father, I believe. Failed comedian, and if you know what, I should cover one of his terrible stand up routines sometime because it is painful to watch. Nobody laughs. He just stands there and says joke after joke, and of course it's always punching down. He's always making fun of someone who has less privilege than him, less an easy time in life than him.
Or he went to a bar to talk to a girl. He's
Yeah.
like,
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Women are a favorite target of
hey.
his comedy. Uh, but wow, it's just so bad, just so bad.
Trying to figure out who that is that Heather posted.
Let's see.
Her jelly bean.
I don't know what the name of that particular guy is. So, not sure about that. So who do you have your fingers crossed for?
There's just so many choices.
And Pablo Hasél is a Spanish language. Uh, I guess it's kind of hip hopish stuff, but it's all very conscious, and he talks about struggles and working class and all that sort of thing. And then Diablito did a a song for the promotion of Durruti, Shadow of the People, and also does a lot of really cool, leftist sort of songs. So
But does he scream, oh no, Sam
no,
Cedar?
there's only one who does that, and he makes a song literally every day. I think I don't know how many thousands he's done so far.
The Frogs one. Is that
I
the
don't
same one as the Frogs
I
guy?
don't think it's the same guy. He may have talked about Alex Jones before
Putting
too.
chemicals in the water.
I don't think so. Because usually on his songs he'll show himself like strumming along on the guitar and stuff. But it very well may be.
There was...
Thanks for repping those emotes. Those are one of the custom emotes for my channel there.
SpongeBob?
No, that's Powdered Toast Man.
Oh my...
He's our bread superhero.
Is that from Ren and Stimpy?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
He loads himself into the toaster, and then he flies backwards to go fight crime.
Of course, because why would he go forward?
And he just goes, Powdered Toast Man. And he's got really dumb things to say.
He's not the hero we needed, but he's
He's
the hero we deserve.
Yeah. That's the only way that phrase actually makes sense.
Look who you vote for. You're getting a piece of powdered toast.
Well, that's not he's not up for an award.
I
Maybe
never
someday
mind.
though.
No. I meant like you as a collective society, the United States. Look who you vote for. You deserve nothing but a piece of powdered toast flying backwards.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Can't argue with that. All right, let's see who the winner is for Best Leftist Song of 2021. Look who it is. Oh no, there he is. And if you haven't checked it out, you should definitely go check out the H3H3 podcast. There, well, in fact, I think the Majority Report covered more of a highlights reel of the incident where Sam Cedar was snuck on to debate with Steven Crowder, and immediately Steven Crowder gets that oh no, that's genuine. He was really surprised and did everything to avoid actually talking to Sam Cedar about it, including running away because he's a baby. When it comes down to it, the people that he likes to debate are ones where he has an inherent advantage. Well, yeah, it's like,
Sorry.
have you ever seen that Family Guy clip where it's like, the worst thing you have in England is a drive-by argument, and like one guy pulls up against his fancy car next to another fancy British guy and says, "Oh, Nigel, I disagree," and then he speeds off. That's basically Steven Crowder's favorite form of debate. He takes people unawares, and he's of course done all the research about the topic, so he can at least BS his way through it. Although so often, and he keeps it in his clips, though, so often the people that he randomly finds actually do end up knowing a thing or two about what he's trying to prove a point about. So he ends up looking stupid anyway. But anyway, that's his favored form.
He wears a holster and he lives somewhere. He can't even...
Yeah, I mean, it's all just LARPing. he probably doesn't even believe half the things he says. He probably doesn't know what he believes, other than if I say this, I get money, and that's probably about the extent of a lot of these right wingers. Uh, I mean, they're so astroturfed to begin with that yeah, they'll say whatever his he will say whatever his handlers want him to say.
You mean his dad?
I mean, literally that. Like, I think he was supposed to debate Sam Cedar at one point, and then his dad called up Sam Cedar and or Sam Cedar's people or whatever and said, "Oh no, he's not going to do it now," and he made up some dumb excuse. Uh, so yeah, his dad is his manager for his show.
His fans are delusional, but I think that's the whole right hand side anyway. Because, like, look at, oh, what's her face? Gun Girl.
Yeah,
When
she
she
does
goes
the
and
same
she's,
thing.
yep,
And she gets her ass
she's the
kicked so
American
often
blonde
too.
white lady version of Canadian
The-
white man.
And it's so sad because
Yeah.
in both cases, what they're trying to do is do I'm coming into it with knowing what I'm going to say, having all these facts at the ready, and
Facts don't
stuff,
care about
so
your
that I can ambush
feelings.
people. Yeah, Boo Boo Bennett. There you go. So that I can
That's not what her name is.
so their idea is to ambush people so that excuse me. So what are you doing?
I'm typing back.
Oh, okay. So they can ambush people and make them look foolish because, of course, you pick a random person off the street. They haven't just been sitting there thinking about whatever political topic you've been thinking about. Yeah, Poo Poo Bennett. Hassan calls her Boo Boo Bennett. That's
I
his
know,
pet
but
name.
that's not what she did.
Yeah, she made a boo boo in her yeah. Anyway,
I'm sorry. I just think that's really funny. That would happen, and you just keep going. I know.
oh no, this supposedly happened at a frat party, and she like passed out, like shot herself.
In white pants.
Something like that.
Because,
I don't
one
quite
wears
know.
white pants.
But
That's a
anyway,
good call.
almost inevitably, when she interviews people, someone will bring that up too.
And then she gets mad.
But anyway, so I was trying to say their whole format is I have all this knowledge and I have forethought and stuff, and I'm going to go ambush someone who hasn't been thinking about these topics. And so, of course, I'm going to come out looking better, right? Uh, and that's how it should be. But in both cases, so often they end up just looking so dumb.
But here's the thing with that. Can I build off that a
Yeah,
sec?
yeah, go.
So here's the whole thing. Leftists tend to listen to things on the right because they want to know what's coming at them later so they can make informed arguments.
Hmm.
And they're anticipating what's coming. If you're a good debater, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to anticipate what the other side is potentially going to say to you. That way you can have an intelligent dialogue back and forth. The right just is like, this is the thing I know, and I'm going to throw it in their face. And this is another thing I know, and I'm going to throw it in their face, and I'm going to keep doing it with intensity and speak with purpose.
Don't bang on the desk.
And it's, sorry, I just very German.
It vibrates a lot. But yeah, you're totally right.
Yeah. If I just speak with like intent and purpose, like I know what I'm talking about, this isn't.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. They've found that for most Americans, especially ones that are have low information about any given subject, it's all about rhetoric, which is the style of debate, and trying to trap your opponent in little gotchas and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that's how they've
Gotcha.
gained their currency. And it worked for a long time because it was people like Ben Shapiro too who would go to these college campuses and like college kids. Oh,
I'm the label.
what are you?
I don't know if that's allowed.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
That doesn't mind.
Oh,
Um,
sorry.
anyway, even when it's college kids who are going up to a speaker to make a point or ask a question or something like that, they're not necessarily going to be as informed. They're in college. They've probably just learned a lot of the
they're
ideas that they're talking about.
thinking.
They're thinking about. But the thing is, Ben Shapiro can then turn that around on them and make them, for a long time he could anyway, and make them look more foolish because he spent again it's an asymmetrical it's an asymmetrical situation where he has all the facts and knowledge at the ready, and also the rhetorical flourishes, and then he can just trounce them.
Wow,
more or
you
less.
owned a kid 20 years younger than you with less knowledge and experience.
I don't think Ben
Gold
Shapiro is
star.
even 30 yet, is he?
I don't know. He
But
looks
anyway,
like he's 12.
uh, anyway, that's beside the point.
He has 3 kids.
So for a long time, the point is that for a long time that sort of strategy worked. Uh, like ginger ale tea. Okay. Oh yeah. It's not ginger ale.
It's tea.
It actually is tea. It's not an alcoholic beverage. So that's not you know. Anyway, getting way off topic. But for a long time, the right that would work. This sort of thing would work. But then leftists actually started studying debate tactics and more importantly rhetoric, and they started winning debates. And since that point, all of these big figures, Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, um, to a lesser extent, people like Stefan Molyneux and such, they haven't wanted to debate as much because they now have a lot more to lose. For one thing, because they're bigger, but also just because the left finally caught up with them, and they can do the rhetorical flourishes, but also actually have some substance to back up what they say. So yeah, left not lady. Okay. Anyway, that's probably enough on that topic. We can move on and see what the next nominee, or next category is. So now we're getting into TikTok. This is a space that I am not as familiar with, so it's more for
I like
the
to
young
think
kids.
you're pretty familiar with
I mean,
it.
It's time to vote again.
You're
Are you gonna vote for your weird racist uncle or that trust fund baby who's done black and brown face multiple times? What if there was a third option? Vote NDP.
This corporate activism does all the work for us and perfectly pacifies us. Pacifies the very innate threat of human destruction into an ideal that we can pervasively enjoy. Where in other societies, propaganda is needed to cover up repressive acts, the exact opposite.
Well, after months of frothing at the mouth at school board meetings, the far right is incensed at the notion some might consider them domestic terrorists because of that, which I find pretty hilarious.
So yeah, I'll say that it's a space. TikTok is a space that I'm moving into more than I had before. Mostly now it's entertainment stuff, but I'm trying to explore more leftists, and because there's a lot of good opportunities to get out leftist ideas in more bite-sized portions, because that tends to be what are you doing? That tends to be just a format that especially younger kids tend to like. So I think that's something that we should all be trying to do as leftists. More of a problem than a help. Yeah. Oh, has it? Okay. So anyway, let me give you the links to all of the TikTok creators there. Oh, you know what? I don't think I left. Oh, there it is. So here we go. Here's all the TikTokers that were just nominated. Fine. Go ahead and paste. There we go. Fine. Good job. Thank you. So yeah, and Aurora Borealis, I think, or Borealis, I guess, also does a Twitch channel called Feminist Critique, along with another lady, and it's a really great Twitch channel. So you should check that one out. They'll be coming up later in the award series. And Trey Crowder, he started his career as, what was he, like the leftist redneck or something like that, or something. So he would do the affect of like the cliche redneck sort of accent.
I'm gonna go down that school board meeting.
Yeah, but then he would talk about
Yeah.
leftist ideas and stuff like that. So that's how
I
he
need
got
to see that.
his popularity. So I think he's pretty cool the way he does that. And then who was the Apolitical Teen was one that I was not aware of, but I'm definitely going to check out their content more after seeing that nomination.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I know it's getting near your bedtime already. Let's see who won.
That pleases you.
All right, so it was a tie, and that's another thing that happens in these sorts of situations where you leave voting up to anybody. There's no tiebreaker. There's no one person who can just come in and throw their weight around and say, well, you know, the people couldn't make up a decision, so I'm going to instead. Instead, we decided it'd be best to just kind of give the award to both. Have it be a shared award. So Trey Crowder and Aurora Borealis are both winners tonight in the category of Best Leftist TikToker. So congrats to them both. Yay! All right, moving on. So our next category is Best Leftist Theory Podcast of 2021. You'll notice this is my podcast. I put out my streams as podcasts. I did not nominate myself. I will also put out there. I'm not trying to rig anything here. But thank you very much to the person who did nominate me. I do appreciate that. So yeah, congrats to all the nominees. What were you gonna say?
I was excited about clapping
Oh,
again. Sorry.
yeah. There's so many great leftist podcasts out there right now, and it seems like there's more all the time. It's really a great space to be in.
I'm up.
Okay, go for it.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and give you all the links for that one. So go check out all the nominees for that category. And it's cool because, like, I do a delivery job, and then in the summertime I do a landscaping job. So I have a lot of time to listen to a lot of audio, and that's a really great way to pass the time is to get into these leftist podcasts. That's what really got me into more leftist ideas. I would say more than anything. It was a couple years ago that I really started getting into it more seriously. And I think the first podcast was the QAnon Anonymous podcast, and their main beat is to cover the QAnon conspiracy and how absolutely ridiculous it is. And they go through everything, all the conspiracies of JFK still being alive, the adrenochrome, the various grifters. They do a really thorough and good job, and they're really funny too. But they also, from time to time, talk about more leftist ideas. And so that got me thinking. And then also, they had Hassan Piker on one time. And I had seen some of his stuff on Facebook, but I didn't really know much about him yet. But when he talked about his strategy for bringing people to the left and stuff, I found it really appealing. So he was one of my first real entries into actual leftism, as opposed to the more progressive liberalism that I ascribed to before that point. So yeah, podcasts are great. Do you have anything?
I want to know who the winner is.
Oh, okay. Wow. Who do you think the winner is? Okay, we'll just keep going. So it was me. So thank you very much to the person that nominated me. Thanks for everyone who voted for me. I really do appreciate that, and I will try to live up to that status because I'm very proud of the work that I've done this past year. It's been almost a year that I've been doing this now. I think I started February of last year. So coming up on a year. Yeah, thank you. Thank
Why
you so
didn't
much.
you take a picture of yourself accepting your award instead of...
Because Angie actually made that award.
Oh,
So, yeah.
cute.
Yeah, no, it's fun. And, with these awards, we try to have a lot of fun with it, keep things kind of light. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah.
Speech.
Yeah, I'd like to thank all of my subscribers. Yeah, but thank you all for the support. This has been a really great journey over the past year, and I plan to continue it on into the new year. Yeah, I really like going through these theory books together with other people. It really, when you slow down and you really start thinking about it piece by piece, and you have other people to bounce these ideas off of, I think it makes it a lot more of a enriching experience, a rewarding experience. So it's been really great to do that. And yeah, I got a whole lot more in the hopper for going forward. A lot of great stuff that I'm excited to bring to you all. So yeah. So this was a more of a catch-all for the podcast that didn't quite fit into any particular other category. This was a good one for that. People that do like a mix of comedy and skits. That definitely is very leftist. Like all these are very leftist, but not specifically focused on, say, hardcore theory or anything like that necessarily. Yeah, absolutely. Good point there, John. Marx was not wrong because some attempts to enact his ideas failed. That's true. We can't put the entirety of Marx's contributions to the world on the shoulders of the likes of the Soviet Union or other Yugoslavia or other countries that have tried to do some of his ideas, but ultimately I wouldn't say failed as nations, but fell apart as nations.
Because people get power hungry.
It can happen.
That's what wrecks it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That definitely can be the case.
Or that for my Russian history class.
All right.
Yeah, look at me.
Look at you.
Living the best life.
All right. So yeah, a lot of great podcasts in this category. And congrats to Dixieland of the Proletariat, a really great show. If you haven't checked them out, that should be the next podcast you go check out. They do so much good stuff, and they're funny. They're pointed in their commentary. It's all really good stuff. Hold on, let me just go ahead and highlight it all. There, you can do your copy thing, and then I'll go put it in the chat so you can check out. There we go. You can check out all the nominees for Best Leftist Culture and Commentary Podcast of 2021, but definitely a deserving podcast, Dixieland of the Proletariat. And if you're on Facebook, too, you should definitely follow their page because they put out some really hilarious memes and stuff, too. And it's biting. It's never, like, dull comedy, but it also has a point. And it's also very social justice and leftist oriented. So.
You live for memes.
I do. I mean, memes are a good way of quickly spreading little bits of ideas. I think they have a purpose. I don't get down on people that live for the memes and stuff like that.
Well, not either. I'm just saying.
Oh, you're just saying I particularly like the memes.
You do like the memes.
I do. I think they're fun and also often important. Moving on to the Best Leftist History Podcast of 2021. Blowback was probably my favorite podcast series of the year. They were amazing. Rev Left is always great. Oh, I did not include my link for my podcast. I'll get that into the show notes. But if you go to my link tree that comes around from time to time, that'll give you a link to my podcast as well. Yeah, so a really great slate of podcasts there. I mean, you can't go wrong with any of them, really. Blowback this last season was about the Cuban Revolution. They cover a different area that the U.S. and specifically the CIA has meddled in with foreign policy. And it is incredible the amount of meddling that the U.S. has done with the Cuban Revolution from the onset, almost from day one. They were so incensed that the Cubans could possibly take all their precious casinos and sugar plantations and other apparatus of capitalism away from them and give it to the actual people. And in the case of the casinos, just dismantle them completely. Um, but Cuba has been such a wild story. Just the fact that they've managed to hold on this long, being only 90 miles off the U.S. coast, at one point being on the brink of a nuclear war with the U.S., surviving the really horrendously organized Bay of Pigs invasion, the countless attempts at Castro's life, the constant propaganda. It's amazing Cuba has held on and managed to give its people universal health care, have world class health care, some of the best in the world. They developed their an entirely unique COVID-19 vaccine on their own without help from the West at all, and
Not like
distributed it to a lot of countries that were not getting vaccines from Western powers. Um, the land reform they did, giving the farmers their actual land that they were growing crops on. Um, it's really an amazing story. And in fact, on the stream, we watched a video recently about their democratic process, and I was really surprised to learn about just how democratic they actually are organized. It's very similar to the way that Lenin. We recently listened to the audiobook for State and Revolution, and it's very similar to the way that Lenin conceived of having things with, local officials that go and then represent the people at the regional level and then at the national level and stuff like that. And that the politicians are only paid workmen's wages. They're not given exorbitant salaries. They can't use their position to really exploit and dominate other people. It's actually it's pretty cool to see what they've done. Yeah, solidarity with Cuba. Good to see you, Rob. Um, if you want to come on the show at any time too, Rob, I think I left the link in chat. So if you're ready to come on yet, definitely happy to have you too. And you're doing a great job. I'm saying in addition to my lovely wife.
I'm fired.
You're not fired. I want you to keep.
I knew I should have unionized before I agreed to
Oh
this.
yeah. Oh, you should have read your terms of service. Rob hosts a really great podcast and streaming series for We Are Many. They do all kinds of really cool stuff from current events to theory streams. They do audiobooks just like I do. And they do interviews. They do a really great variety of stuff. Solidarity with Amanda. Oh, great. Oh, looks like I gotta look out for my position on this channel here.
We're gonna form a
I might get
union.
unionized out of this.
Yeah, that's right. You better watch it.
What is that link for there, John? I didn't see a title with that link. Yeah, for We Are Many. So great podcast. Left and loose. I don't have the link. Okay. All right. I think we'll just continue on. We'll see who the winners were, or the winner is. Amanda Demander. And hello to Tribunus Plebes. So glad to have you here, Sean. Good to see you. Your nomination has not come up yet, so you're here just in time. Oh, the Amanda. Oh, it's going to turn into the Amanda show. Oh boy.
That's too much. He's
So,
far more dedicated and will give you better content than I will.
Whatever. You were doing a great job.
Unless y'all want to talk about plants. Do you want to see my cactus collection?
Yeah, I mean, you can see some of our plants there in the background. That's kind of the spillover from the living room that we couldn't fit in front of our big window. We kind of had, I wouldn't call it a problem at all, actually, but we have quite a collection.
Yeah, I I think our
It's
air quality and quality of life is good.
yeah, yeah. Sometimes that stat comes around like you need so many house plants in order to filter your air completely and stuff like that. I think we passed that threshold quite some time ago.
Yeah.
All right. So behind the bastards one for best history leftist history podcast and definitely a deserving podcast. Robert Evans does some amazing work. He's like the real deal. He's a journalist who very much sticks to his values. Covers a lot of leftist stuff like protests. He was very big covering, I believe. What was that freeze that autonomous zone that sprung up in Seattle for a while there. I think he lives in Seattle, and yeah, he's embedded with the Rojavans, with their army. He's done a lot of really great work, as well as putting out some really great audiobooks at the same time. The war, it was the war against everything, I think, talking about the history of the various right wing movements in the U.S. and kind of connecting them together. And yeah, cool. Yeah, so whenever you're ready, Rob, happy to have you on as well. But yeah, Behind the Bastards, really great podcast. And as the name suggests, they take usually someone who's done something pretty awful. Maybe they're a cult leader or a dictator, or the CIA, or they did a really great series on just U.S. policing, like probably the best series on U.S. policing that I've found in podcasts, just going through very meticulously, building up how policing got to be where it's at, where it came from, and how it's inherently against the working class and for the benefits of the capitalist class. So yeah, really cool. Really cool podcast. Really, really, really great one. Have I ever played you Behind the Bastards at all before?
Maybe.
Maybe we should get into that as we're like driving around looking for Pokemon or something like that.
You didn't take me look for Pokemon today.
Well, yeah, I was kind of busy with work and now the show, but this weekend, I promise, we'll go out. Waginator says, so a right-wing coworker keeps saying that it's ironic seeing this anti-fascist, anti-capitalist crowd supporting the government, corporate media, and big tech telling us to take mandatory pharma products in exchange for our freedoms. What should I say to that? Well, it's, in the middle of an award show, so I'm not going to give you a really thorough answer, but in short, if you believe in bodily autonomy, that people should have control over their own body, that should include what sort of diseases other people put in their body. So the unique thing about diseases is when you make choices for your own body, it's not just for you, it's for everyone else that you potentially are exposing to a deadly disease. So it's not a matter of big support for big pharma. It would be awesome if we had a national healthcare system. It's not a matter of supporting government mandates. It's just a matter of people need to stop threatening each other with these deadly viruses. So
Also, it's respiratory, so it's easily spread. It's just like
Right.
secondhand smoke.
Exactly. So imagine a scenario where you want to have the absolute freedom to smoke wherever you feel like. Sometimes that's going to mean smoking in a confined space and blowing smoke into people's faces. Should you have the right to do that?
No.
No, because then you're making health decisions about other people's bodies as well. And you really should only be able to make decisions about your own health or the health of people that you have care of, like your children or whatever. Um, it's not that they're just trying to help us and that we shouldn't question it. Absolutely not. We should always be skeptical of any concentration of power. It's just that the alternative is a lot of people dying, which I already have. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So if you have any more you want to discuss, we're just going to have to do it another time because, as I said, we're right in the middle of an award show. So that's not the topic right now. Are there still Pokemon out on the run? Yeah. Yeah, we've been playing that. We're playing that Pokemon Go game from time to time. It is fun. Stop driving a car. Yeah, I wish I could stop driving a car. Eventually, I'm going to have a really big stream on my thoughts about creating a better mass transit system. One where, like, I wouldn't have to drive a car, and most people wouldn't have to either if they so chose. So yeah, look forward to that one too. But let's continue on with the award show because we're getting way too sidetracked. Yeah, you know that one. Yeah, I see.
We should have had Wormbo as a special guest.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Warmbo would be an excellent guest host. That'd be awesome. So yeah. So congrats to all the nominees. I'm going to go ahead and give you all the links to that stuff now. Let me get to it. So this is the Best Leftist News Podcast. Do your control thing.
Yep.
All right.
I'm ready.
And there we go. So yeah, a little bigger category. A lot of people had opinions about what the best leftist news source was, and you saw that Even More News got a nomination. I think they've now folded their podcast into their YouTube channel, which is Some More News. So I think it's all being called Some More News now, but still in the last year, it's been Even More News. And it's kind of been the podcast form of the show, although it's him and his co-host. I cannot think of her name off the top of my head, but they're both very funny.
The supervisor, she's mean.
Yeah. She plays a mean person, I think, on the YouTube show, but on the podcast, it's more conversational. Yeah, it's a really good podcast as well. So they cover it from a little bit different angle than the YouTube show. So yeah, congrats to all the nominations. Yeah, let's continue on. Let's see who won. So congrats to Even More News. Yeah, Best Leftist News Podcast of 2021, according to the people. Yay! So Natalie says, I sure do not see the mass transit system getting much more than a tune-up when that's, yeah, with all that's in the Biden bill. Yeah.
All that
What a
bipartisanship
pitiful.
really worked so well. Everybody got what they wanted. It was such a great choice. Just
Yeah.
look at reaching across the aisle, how far it really gets you.
Yeah, reaching across the aisle to the other Democrats and paring back your own bill, compromising with yourselves to the point where you get only a very small fraction of what you
1/9 of
set out
what
for.
you set out for.
Yeah. Well done. Way to go.
Joe.
Yeah. Promises kept.
Nailed it.
And yeah, and also taking any stumbling block you can find along the way. Oh, the parliamentarian didn't like it, so let's not fire him as the Republicans did. Let's be about procedure and order and all this sort of thing. And Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, they didn't like it either. Well, let's just acquiesce until it's a version of the bill that they can vote for, so that they can tell all their constituents.
Hey, look, I did a good
that
thing.
they cut out big government waste and spending and stuff like that.
Wow.
Let's not put any sort of other political pressure on them. They are very big and powerful.
Yeah.
As it is.
Got them dollar bills. That's all that matters. Capitalism for life.
Yeah. Any excuse to not come through. That's basically the Democrats in power's MO.
I just don't want to make the people upset
I
that
just
spend
don't
a
wanna- I
lot of
just don't
money
wanna
on
cry
my
away.
campaign. I'm not going to be able to be a lifelong politician if I don't have Pepsi and all those other big companies backing.
That's true. That's true. Although in the case of Manchin, it's more like all the coal companies that donate to his campaign.
Business is business, Zach.
So yeah. I don't have the next slate yet, so glad you're ready. So we're moving on to Best Leftist Interview Podcast of 2021. A lot of really great ones this year too. Give them an argument in the second year. The Ask the Left, also often post on Left Signal Boost and Left Pod Posting. One of the first ones I found was Millennials Are Killing Capitalism. And Red Nation, who talks about Native issues a lot. Trash Futures from the UK. And This Is Hell is out of Chicago. A really great. I am constantly surprised with what This Is Hell can put together in terms of asking really pointed interview questions. So yeah, a lot of these you'll recognize from Left Signal Boost and Left Pod Posting. Poor Pearl's Almanac, talking about permaculture and homesteading. That's Coffee with Comrades, really great anarchist one. And that one I wasn't aware of, that Crystal Ball and Kyle Kalinske.
Why does that sound familiar too?
Kyle Kalinske was one of the...
Crystal Ball.
Oh, Crystal Ball. She did Rising with Crystal and Sagar. Is basically, she's supposed to be a left winger, although a lot of times it's more like social democrat sort of positions. And then Sagar was just this incredibly reactionary right winger guy. Yeah. Yeah, yes, she's definitely the color commentary of our duo, the comedy boost of ours.
It's my life cope.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So, and then Kyle Kalinske might be familiar because he was one of the ones who formed the Justice Democrats, along with Cenk Uygur.
Yeah,
Or
Kyle
I'm sorry,
doesn't ring any
Cenk
bells.
Uygur. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that's where he comes from.
Really?
He also has a YouTube show. What was that called? I can't think of it off the top of my head. But yeah, he's basically a social democrat, a democratic socialist at times as well too. More like David Pakman sort of takes and stuff like that.
So dry.
Yeah, he definitely
I like
plays
him,
it.
though.
He definitely plays it pretty, down the middle, or like, yeah, not a lot of humor, but good stuff. Best color commentator. Oh, look at you, getting all the awards. It's gonna be the Audience Choice Award for tonight. Secular Talk. Thank you, Sean, for that. Secular Talk is Kyle Kalinske's YouTube show. So yeah. All right.
We have to share.
What do we have to? Oh, share. Sorry. Thanks for keeping me honest
copy
here.
paste. That's my life.
So there we go.
So I make the big bucks at work.
So yeah, if you're interested in checking out any of those creators, here you go. Matthew, I just saw your comment there, and welcome, Matthew. Yeah, leftist hippies. Definitely a little bit of a hippie flair, but not always. There's definitely some hippie stuff where I diverge from. Cool, big. Actually, I'm not even gonna say your name. Cool, Chatter. What are you doing in this stream then? If you don't like it, I mean, no one's making you be here. But sure, I guess that's your own choice. Cool, thanks. You're about to be banned. In fact, I'm gonna take some time to ban you.
Bye. Yeah.
There you go.
Is the weakest link. Goodbye.
Oh God, really?
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yep, definitely gonna block the trolls tonight. This is a no troll zone. Good to see you, Matthew. Glad you can make it too. Matthew Stevens runs the largest permaculture Facebook group in Facebook. It's amazing what he's accomplished. Does some really great PDCs, permaculture design certificate courses. Anything you need to know about permaculture, ask Matthew. He's the go-to guy. So yeah. And also made the Chicago's first food forest, pretty much single-handedly. I think he had some help from volunteers, but it was mostly his vision. So, really done some great stuff in the permaculture space.
That's what we need to do with all the golf courses.
Oh, so there you go, Port Pearl's Almanac, who's been on the show as well. One of my favorite interviews that I've done. Poor Pearl's Almanac. They talk about homesteading and permaculture and all from a leftist perspective. And yeah, they've gotten a lot more into interviews lately. So check them out for sure. Congrats to them. What were you saying there? I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I just said that golf courses should become food forests. We should just get rid of them.
Oh, yeah. I
No one
mean,
likes golf anyway.
probably the biggest waste of urban space is golf courses. Just a single use, incredibly intensive to manage, take all kinds of water and fertilizer and other resources. And then they have the audacity to be super exclusive to who even gets to set foot on their courses. Even the public ones, you still got to pay money to get into there. It's basically a pay park. No use at all. Yeah, all golf courses, food forests. I mean, what an opportunity that would be too.
And also, those people that like to play golf, why don't you convert those football stadiums or whatever when they're not being used, when it's off season, you could go play golf there.
Sure, yeah, there's an idea. Or just go out into the freaking suburbs. Like, there's so much land out there that, I mean, there's courses out in the suburbs anyway. Like the most prestigious, most exclusive, I should say, course in the nation is out in Chanhassen, Minnesota.
Or maybe pick a
Used to
less
deliver.
boring sport.
Well, yeah, a less exclusive, bougie, old boys club sort of sport. That might be
Could I
cool too.
pay $40,000 a month for my membership at the
Yeah,
golf course?
yeah. Or just convert it into frisbee golf or disc golf. For the space of like one hole, you could have an entire frisbee golf course. And then you can still get your exercise, get out in nature, do all the fun golfy type stuff, but yeah, not take up so much damn land. That's prime real estate. And the sweetheart deals that they make with cities is just sickening. Because,
It
of
only
course.
goes back to benefit them.
Well, right, but
The
like,
money circulates at the top. It sits at the top and it just hangs out in the top
yeah.
section. Oh, like, oh yeah, let's give them some more money. It'll trickle down. Trickle where?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's pissing on your leg and telling you it's rain. Basically,
Yeah.
that's the trickle down. But yeah, because land is so much less taxed than structures. The oh yeah, oh thanks. Good to see you, Soup for the Fam, Angie. Glad you can make it. Yeah, we've been enjoying your wonderful artwork in the backgrounds, as well as the awards.
It's really beautiful.
Yeah. So, but yeah, golf courses so stupid. So they get incredibly great deals on land because it's so much less taxed than structures, and otherwise it'd be prime real estate. You could have some really great stuff there. You could put community housing as well as having food forests and all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Maybe homes for poors, for in place of tent cities, because we don't want to look at those.
Yeah. Oh, and I see, Matthew, you had a link there, and the place to go with links is the Discord. So that'll be a good opportunity to put the Discord up in chat. We do have a Discord, and that's where I ask all the links to be put, just to help keep the community safe, because you never know when trolls are going to come in and
Talk about how they hate leftists,
Talk
even though
about-
they
yeah.
knowingly entered a leftist thing.
I mean, we're doing award show for leftists, and they're like,
Oh,
oh, I don't like you guys. Oh, wow.
Cool, bye.
Brilliant opinion there. But yeah, there's the link to the Discord, and I should probably be pulling that up just in case anyone has any links they want to put in.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring, so yeah. All right, let's move on. But congrats again to the Poor Pearls Almanac. One of my favorite podcasts out there right now, and they finally just moved into the Twitch space as well. So yeah, check them out on Twitch too, because it's great to have more people actually talking about leftist stuff as well as permaculture. Because on Twitch, it's basically just me and like two other people, and now finally the Poor Pearls Almanac, but not that many. Anyway, yeah, and so there's my link tree coming up again on Twitch if you want to follow me other places.
Right, the gluten tsunami.
That's right.
Is that your handiwork?
That is definitely my handiwork. That comes up automatically from time to time. That's my link tree, so you can find me in all the different places that I post stuff and do work.
I'm
And
not
yeah,
even surprised.
why are you not surprised by that?
That reeks of you.
Oh, okay.
I'm proud.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
It is.
I'm gonna choose to.
Good choice.
So moving on to best leftist audio essay channel of 2021. And here we go. Oh my God, I spelled your name wrong. I'm so embarrassed. That's supposed to be Tribunus Plebis. Oh, I thought I
don't
went through
speak
everything.
German.
That's about right-wing reactionaries, actually. I'm so sorry, Tribunus.
Does there need to be a
what a dumb
punishment?
mistake. Yeah.
Punishment. It's time for punishment.
Oh my God, I can't believe I did that. Well, I'll have to correct that in the final video version. I'm going to put this reel out as a final video, and that's going to have to be corrected.
Go
I
from
thought
the
I
bottom.
looked.
Why do you go from the top?
Because sometimes it works better than that.
No, it
but I
doesn't.
thought I
It
had
never
looked through
does.
every single one, and so I really do apologize, Sean. She would have typed that correctly. Yeah. See, I should have had you doing my I should have had you doing my proofreading. But yeah, it was a lot of work to pull this reel together.
You were really in it, though, to be fair. Like, there was no messing with him when he was putting this together.
Yeah, I was in the
There's a lot
zone.
of his heart and soul. So I stayed out of it.
Yeah, maybe next year you can be more of a,
I don't know. You get
more of a
kinda
contributor.
You get kind of scary.
Oh, I am not like that. Jeez, you're making me look bad. Whatever. Well, I will work on that then.
Okay.
All right, let's see who the winner is. Tribunus Plebis, and
Spelled
there you go,
correctly.
spelled correctly.
Yay!
So at least I got it right one of these times.
Congratulations.
but congrats sincerely to Tribunus Plebis, a really great podcast. I really always appreciate your deep thoughts on current issues and stuff. Yeah, so right in the chat.
Woo!
Yeah, way to go. I really do appreciate the work you do. I love your podcast very much.
Even if you can't spell it
So
right.
keep it going. Even if I had a momentary lapse in reason and made a B instead of I don't even know how I typed a B instead of a P.
Autocorrect hates you.
Well, I'm gonna
We had that
there you go. I'm gonna blame it on autocorrect. It was an autocorrect word.
See, this is why it's not our friend. That's why when I can't spell something, I don't use it. I pick a different word.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, not enough coffee. We'll blame it on that too. I gotta get my tea regimen up too.
That's green tea. There's no caffeine in it.
Did you? I'm really glad to hear that, John. I really had a fun time having you on the show as well.
Yeah.
And I definitely got to have you back as a guest coming up here sometime soon. If not in the holiday season, I know it can get very busy for us in the logistics field, and I know you're in the trucking industry, and I am in the delivery industry, so it can definitely get busy. But definitely, if not this year, then in the new year, we definitely have to have you back on the stream to go through some more theory stuff, because it was a lot of fun.
I think people really liked that.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it too. I've enjoyed everyone that's been on my stream. I always learn something from people. Oh, you're injured and out of work. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That sucks.
Hope you get well soon.
Yeah. Speedy recovery there, Sean. So here we going down to the best leftist audio
was an anarchist warlord and one of the most successful
Episode.
guerrilla commanders in all of history.
neat.
Without him, we probably would never have had a Soviet
I'll
Union.
do it in a second.
Which is a mixed bag, and he was not trying to make a Soviet Union. I should note that he actually really didn't want it to happen.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Tribune.
So another nomination for
podcast.
Tribunus Plebis.
This was going to be a New Year's episode with a nice little happy start, but some stuff happened today. It is January 6th right now, and there are a bunch of assholes running around the Capitol building in Washington, D.C.
But it wasn't an insurrection. It's just some people standing up for justice and what's really right in America.
Right. So not only was it not an insurrection, but it also was, and Antifa tricked all the good patriots into going to the Capitol, but then the real patriots got in trouble, and somehow Antifa got away. It was like a big caper that happened, but also it wasn't a big deal. And also, what are you guys even mad about? Like, it's just a protest. Like it's everything all at once. It's like
It's a protest where you break into the Capitol and go through documents that you're not supposed to be touching. Whoops. Also, Antifa now wears red, white, and blue and has a
yeah, they've gotten good at blending.
whatever Patriot Yeti or whatever that guy was.
Oh my god! Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Q shaman.
Oh, okay.
Because QAnon has been just this hotbed of leftist activity. It has
Yeah, I mean, don't tell anybody.
having
but
God Emperor Trump at the center of the whole thing. Of course, I mean, what else would it be?
He's only the Patriot Yeti because I couldn't remember that he was the Q shaman. I forgot, but I think he can be that now. We'll just we'll tell him he changed it.
Sure. Yes, I will get you the link right now, Rob, so you can come on. QAnon is a leftist conspiracy. Yeah, it was totally justified, but also Antifa, but also they made us do it, but also it was just for the memes, guys. But also we were serious, and Pence better watch his neck, and all this stuff. It's all true.
Yeah.
Everything is true.
I'm part
There's
of
no truth.
Antifa, and all I like to wear is fucking star spangled everything. That's my life now. I did swear. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You are allowed to swear. The only thing that's not allowed on the stream is slurs of any kind.
Okay, you probably should have sent me that list ahead of time.
I think you know what slurs are.
Do I?
Yeah.
Just kidding. I'm wearing the wrong outfit, or maybe I'm secret to you.
Maybe you're doing the
You
black bloc
decide.
thing.
Huh?
You're wearing an awful lot of black. Maybe you're part of the black bloc there, the anarchist Antifa movement, the black bloc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's how we know it wasn't Antifa on January 6th, because they wear all black.
Yeah, except for this time they just happen to be wearing MAGA hats, right, to blend in.
And Patriot Yeti outfit.
But also the hardworking business owners from all over the country who
Furs and flags.
actually had some jail time. Although I was listening today about something about the Capitol insurrectionists, if that's what we're going to call them. That I think that the harshest sentence so far has been. I don't think it's been more than like 3 years. Yeah, basically. I think
this
that
is the harshest.
yeah.
I don't want to high five you. It was slap on the wrist.
Slap on the wrist. I get it.
That's it. You touch Nancy Pelosi's stuff, you're in big trouble, okay? Don't do that. That's Nancy's.
Okay.
She worked hard for her job that she's had for the last 45 years.
Yeah, swinging the Confederate flag. Another big Antifa throw-off tactic to get them off the scent, right?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Detractors. I think there's just going to need to be a mid-show wardrobe change.
But let's get to the actual the winner here. Let's see who won. So congrats to Behind the Bastards for Nestor Macno, Anarchist Warlord, and Book Club Aficionado. It was a really great episode too.
Wait, there's a book club?
No. Nestor
sorry.
Macno was part of a book club. Like his way that he got into leftist politics was starting these book clubs. That's how he got his people.
You were robbed.
You were robbed because it's Robert Evans. It's
You
Rob.
should raid the apartment and steal the ballot box.
Yeah.
And
yes.
then we'll have to do it again.
Yeah.
And we can have the rightful winner be called.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Rob. Yeah. Yeah, definitely both really great episodes. Both the nominations were excellent. Some of the best of the year. For sure. Hands down.
You should make an anarchist book club, though.
I mean, that's kind of what I do with my theory
No,
stream.
but I think you need to take it a step further.
Okay.
I see demands for a recount. How
Yeah.
are we going to address this?
Yeah. I
Ooh,
keep trying to think of
forensic
a
audit.
forensic audit.
Oh boy.
Extreme scrutiny with the audits.
QAnon will be performing the audit.
But congrats to you too, Sean. That is, it's really great. Being got to be a hanging chad there somewhere. Yeah. I keep trying to think of that damn voting machine company that was in all that trouble, but I can't think of it. I was trying to make a joke, but I guess I'll just leave the comedy
It's
to Mary.
Scantron. They use the same one for the standardized test for the kids.
Okay. Well, that must be it. Someone must have been marking all C's on their ballot.
Dang it!
Dominion, yes.
We told you what that happens.
Yeah, that's the last time I go with Dominion to do my vote counting. All right, and we're going to bring Rob onto the show now. Hey, Rob, how's it going? I don't say something there. I don't know if your audio's coming through. It is not.
That makes me want to sing a song that's copyrighted now.
Yeah, you know what? You can get in trouble on YouTube for just having the melody of a song.
Oh yeah, I know.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
This is just a dazzling display of my impulse control, except with the swearing.
Well, you just have to think of songs that are in the public domain. Like you can do like "Mary Had a Little Lamb."
Happy birthday.
That is not in the public domain.
What?
Michael Jackson owned the rights to that for quite some time.
What?
Yeah. Anytime someone would sing that in public, they had to pay him. I know, really.
I learned something new. I get to go to bed.
Oh, is that how? You're not going to abandon me now.
No, of course not. I'm having way too much fun. Even though I keep yawning, I'm geriatric, and this is approaching my typical bedtime.
Yeah, this definitely is our typical bedtime.
And I was denied caffeine, so
can't figure out what's wrong with the audio, huh, Rob? Sorry to hear that.
seriously, Natalie, everything can be bought. Everything.
Oh, I can hear you now. Can you hear me? Rob, I can hear you. All right, I'll chat you here.
Now you're gonna get in trouble because this is a Verizon commercial.
Wow. I do hear you now.
Okay, awesome. Glad to have you on the show. Glad you could finally make it. That you're off work finally. Out from under the boots of the capitalist overlords.
For real. And it was busy today because it's the day after a holiday and we were short-staffed because
everybody calls out.
Same with me. Yeah, I had about twice throughout. I've been having earlier in the week with my deliveries.
We saw that coming a mile away.
Yeah. And with this being Black Friday, it's only going to get worse from here until Christmas time. But it is what it is.
I might actually get off work before you.
I know, that's going to be
exciting.
Yeah, a blessing and a curse. How you doing tonight, Rob?
Not too bad.
Have you been able to catch any of the show so far?
Pretty much since the first time I've commented, I've been watching.
Nice. Well, so as you can see there by Rob's little nameplates, he's from the For We Are Many podcast. And they also do really great streaming shows on Twitch and YouTube and all that stuff. Actually, he was the person who got me into Restream, so he's the reason I'm on so many outlets as I am right now. So thanks for that, Rob. That was some good advice to get into that.
I also love having the chat on the screen.
Yeah, I like it too. It's a lot of fun. You can see it from all the different places all at the same time. Yeah.
Right.
Yep. And yeah, getting a little bit of static from you, Rob, but I'm glad we're at least able to hear you at this point. So that's good. All right. Yeah, Matthew, you really need to get on Twitch, and I definitely want to do that intro to permaculture class with you in probably a couple weeks when things will finally start slowing down on the weekends anyway. But yeah, Twitch is a great place, and I think it's a good. It has good potential for doing things like teaching permaculture classes and stuff like that, like for real, like actual paid permaculture design certificate classes. So yeah, going to be exploring that with Matthew coming up in the next few weeks here. We'll have to figure out when we can schedule it for sure, but definitely excited and looking forward to that because Matthew's an excellent teacher. All right, let's move on to our next category. Yeah, so again, we're trying to do some new, allow some space for some new Facebook groups so they can get a chance to be seen and get out there too.
We gotta share them.
Yep, I'll share those links right now. Okay, go ahead and copy that there.
Got it.
Put it up in the chat.
Got it. Done.
All right. So Soup for the Fam is a group that Angie, who did our backgrounds, is involved with. And then LeftTube Rev Posting is Brenton Lengel's group. It's kind of a
Drudy guy.
yeah, the Derrida guy. It's very similar to LeftTube Posting, but it's more inclusive. There's too many rules going on in LeftTube Posting for a lot of people's taste, so he went and created his own group, and is doing pretty well. And then, of course, Fosh Posting Coconut Island should be pretty self-explanatory. They've been through a hell of a lot with scandals with their leadership, and but they've pursued and persevered, I should say, and keep going on to boost their favorite YouTube creator, Vosh. All right, let's move on to all right, so congrats to LeftTube Rev Posting. A really great place. You know, if you have any sort of leftist content, Brenton's pretty flexible about what he boosts there. It's a lot like Left Signal Boost in that regard. Pretty much any sort of creator and sort of content, as long as it's leftist, can have a home there. Get some more exposure.
I'm glad it was that one.
I think your audio might have cut out again there, Rob, because I'm not hearing anything.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
I
you
didn't
just.
say anything.
Oh, I see. So yeah. All right. Any other comments before I move on?
We can continue.
Keep on going. Keep on keeping on. All right, so now new leftist Facebook page. And so that was another category where we only had one nominee, but they're doing some great stuff there in Leftist Unification Party. They've managed to get a lot of content out there that's had some virality to it, despite being a pretty new group. And yeah, they do a lot of good stuff. So John is saying restart the page. Which page are you thinking?
I think he's meaning that video for that category, or
Oh,
no, he's commenting back to Natalie.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh, so Natalie's having problems.
Yeah. I think she might be back in though, because the number didn't change.
Yeah. So it shows it across all the ones. So there's I got 6 in Twitch right now, 3 in Facebook, and then a couple on YouTube. I see what you're saying there. All right.
Oh, we didn't share links, did we?
We oftentimes
I don't think so, actually.
Hey, we
What's
gotta
up?
share
Oh,
links.
share links. Sorry about that. I totally spaced that one. So this is the best new leftist Facebook page first. We'll do that one first.
Yep.
I'm trying. I'm trying. Go ahead. And then we'll do it for the next category. Best Leftist Facebook Streamer of 2021. Okay, go ahead and copy that.
Okay.
So this is the current category, Best Leftist Facebook. Oh, can you wait just a second? There we go.
Nailed it.
Okay. So moving along then.
You know, not smart or not the brightest, bulbs in the bunch. But they are able to demonstrate a level of cognitive dissonance, or rather some mental gymnastics that's brilliant here, because in this instance, they are going to clearly see the hypocrisy.
Mercado Media, it's a streamer I've been going to a lot for a lot of these protests. Always does a great job, Andrew Mercado.
Yeah, my two go-tos for on-the-ground footage are Mercado and Unicorn.
And there's Unicorn Riot.
I got a lot of questions when I started putting out the flyers because a lot of people in our own community didn't know what Tigray was or who Tigrayans are, where they come from, where their homeland is. A lot of our own people here on Turtle Island, we don't know. We don't do our homework very well. We don't know indigenous peoples outside of Turtle Island.
And they've now changed their name, Fred Hampton Leftists, at the request of, I think, Fred Hampton's grandson. I think they just came up with a new name, but for this last year they were called Fred Hampton Leftists, and they're putting out some really great content.
If you find out the updated name, you should share that later.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's definitely a good point. King Demetrius, I'm not familiar with that one. Twin Cities Activism. All right. Yeah, if you have a link, you can go to Facebook. I think Facebook still accepts links. Thanks for the link share there too, John. Did it not come through well? The left. Oh, I see. You're just sharing the leftist unification party one. Yeah. So Facebook still does allow links. So if you're on Twitch right now and you really got to share a link to the chat, that's definitely one way that you can do it. Otherwise, you can always go to the Discord. But yeah, I love Unicorn Riot and Mercado Media quite a lot. They do some really good independent media, always on the ground during protests, interviewing the people that are actually participating, doing their best to really be objective and to cover what's going on, but not just defer to like authority. Like they're not just going to defer to the police narrative or the city's official narrative or anything like that. They'll definitely dig deeper. All right, thanks for that, Alex, for that link. Do you have something you want to say? All right, let's keep going then. Let's see who the winner is. And there you go. Congrats to Unicorn Riot. They have a contingent based in Minneapolis, so definitely got to know their stuff through a lot of the protests for like George Floyd, and the many others. Name's not coming to me now, but there's been so many in the Twin Cities.
I thought I had his name right there too.
Yeah.
And I was like, fuck, what is it?
Yeah. But they've been right on the ground for all that stuff, and it's really great.
And they also have covered the Line 3 protests.
Yep, they've done a good job with that.
Yeah.
They're cool. I love that my art history professor from college, I'm friends with her on Facebook, and she posts stuff from Unicorn Riot all the time.
Nice.
I love that she's like well into her 70s, and she's like, this is great.
That is great. That's awesome.
Philando Castile, of course, and Jamar Clark. Thank you, Stoop Kid, very much. Those are the names that are on the tip of my tongue. Standing Rock and Occupy. Yeah, they've done a phenomenal job. Yeah, I would agree with that, Matthew. Fuck Kyle.
I saw
Uh,
the comment that said you like Kyle, and I was like, are they really asking
yeah,
about Kyle Rittenhouse?
yeah. I'm guessing that's the direction they're going in, and if so, they're probably going to catch a ban. But
Why don't you just be proactive?
no, that's not flagrant yet. So I like to give
It will
chuds
be in about 2
at least
minutes.
enough breathing room to show their true colors before I.
Give them enough rope to hang themselves.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, Zach, this isn't a bottle of wine. We don't need to air it out. Let's just.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, there's
Okay.
the ban.
There and then see, you give them enough rope, and there we go.
Bye.
Fred Hampton left us a new link. John just
Thank you, John, for
posted
that.
in the chat. And we're gonna find out what the new name is. Actually,
Cool,
can I
yeah.
not? But there we go. I had to right click it and open it in a new tab. That makes sense. Revolutionary Blackout is the new
Cool.
name.
That's a powerful name. I like that one. I did like that they invoked Fred Hampton, but apparently his descendants did not care so much for.
Well, his
them
son
invoking.
is active in the Black Panther Party today and
Sure.
had a hand in the birth of the Second Rainbow Coalition. So, I mean, that's probably what it comes down to.
Probably so. But that was good of them to respect the wishes.
Yeah, right.
Of his son.
And I mean, I still think they put out good content.
Absolutely, I do too. All right, let's move on. Best Leftist Facebook group page. So this is overall for the year. Hey, and there's For We Are Many. Congrats for your nomination. One that I had not heard of, Optimistic Communist.
I'm going to write that down, actually.
Yeah. Authentic Memes for Radical Teens is always putting out cool stuff. And Capitalism Kills. Quality content all the time.
The rich. Seriously.
What's that? What?
Tax the rich.
Yeah. And the Red Nation, always doing really cool stuff too.
Gotta share them.
I will in one moment. I gotta pause it first. I don't want to go too far in the video.
Sorry, I just don't want people to miss out on
I appreciate that.
opportunities. Do we need to do an intermission?
I think I'm all right.
All right.
Yeah, Natalie, I see you're not getting any sound. I think that's probably just that's probably just your connection, I would say.
Where the MAGA trolls come to die.
Well, MAGA trolls come. That's very true.
It's sad that they're still out.
I know.
It really is. I mean, honestly, on Facebook, like I've had more issues with like the Blue No Matter Who crowd, Blue MAGA.
Seriously?
I've had more issues with Blue MAGA than MAGA.
Wait, is this like police MAGA?
No,
Or
that
what's I don't know what this Blue MAGA is.
Well, Blue MAGA is like what I've been calling.
It's like the lesser of two evils all the time.
Oh,
yeah,
fun.
the vote Blue No Matter Who crowd.
Oh.
Yeah,
because that's a great choice.
Right. Look what it's got us.
Mm-hmm.
We just had I think this past time was the first time I've seen it where we actually had ranked choice voting. That was really exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Okay.
It's not the Rona,
It's
is it?
God, I hope not.
It's our crappy healthcare system.
I'm about to go get my booster, hopefully this weekend. So I really
I'm trying to get mine next week.
I got mine through
Anyway.
work.
I neglected to mention earlier that Dev Els has gifted a tier 1 sub to Stoop Kid, so thank you very much, Dev Els, who's my brother. But thanks for giving a tier 1 sub to my other brother, Stoop Kid. That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. All right. Now I think I'm ready to go again finally. Let's see who the winner is. And there you
hell yeah.
go. Congrats. You guys have been
Hell
killing
yeah.
it this year. Like
Well
you've done so
done.
much cool stuff.
We started about the same time you did. Actually, our first live stream was January 6th because
Really?
like
Seriously?
yeah, we had this like leftist oriented group chat and we were just like watching it individually and then we were like, "Hey, we should watch this in Zoom." And then yeah, we had
Yeah.
already been talking about starting a podcast, so we were already starting to build the page. And then it was just like, "Hey, we can go live from Zoom. Why don't we just make this our stream?"
Hell
And
yeah.
we kept that started our current event stream. Basically, it was on Monday for the longest time, and now we do it on Tuesdays. But yeah, that's where that whole vibe of the current event
That's really
stream came
awesome.
from. Was like, holy shit, dude, this is happening right now. There's fascists fucking storming the Capitol building. We have to
Yeah.
talk about this.
Yeah, well, I mean, what a journey for you guys. Like from just co-watching the chuds do their chuddy stuff to getting to interview the Star Trek communist Will Najunian. I
We'll
don't know.
win.
Will Win. Excuse me.
Yeah.
To
I had
interviewing.
to ask how to pronounce it before he
Yeah,
came
I
on the
know.
show. I was like, "Hey, dude, I'm sorry, but how do I say your name?" And he's like, "It's like win, like communism will win," and that's how I remembered it.
Of course, that makes total sense now. I'm never gonna forget that. Thank you for that device. And then you've had guests like McCall on from Ilahi Spirit Runners, and you had another cool
Daryl
guy on
Lamont
recently,
Jenkins.
Daryl Lamont Jenkins. He was a really
Yep.
great interview as well. So yeah, you guys are going really great places. I'm so proud of the work that you guys have done. It's been awesome.
Speaking of Daryl, we should. I don't have a date set yet, but sometime this coming month we should be having a follow up with Daryl. The
Nice.
first episode was kind of like he wanted to raise awareness of the American Renaissance Conference. That's where, well, I mean, I found out that I was telling the story slightly wrong. Unite the Right wasn't born there; it just congealed there.
That's a good way to put it.
Like it was already being planned, but that's where it, came together.
Yeah.
And of course, that the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville is where Heather Heyer was killed.
Yep.
So, he wanted to see anti-fascist boots on the ground to run these assholes out. But
Nice.
I don't think they were successful in shutting down the conference. But he did say that there was a lot to talk about. And I know that he has an article about it. So if you were on his Facebook or a follower of his Facebook page, I should say, here we go, is the name of the Facebook page.
Idavox. Okay. Yeah, yeah. If anyone on Facebook cares to share the Idavox link, I'd definitely appreciate that. Very cool. And Sean, I in the chat there, Sean, I know you're kidding, but if you want to come on the stream too, you're definitely more than welcome. I always love to have more people and more, perspectives. It's always a better time. So you're welcome to come on as well, if you so desire. All right, let's move on. But yeah, congrats, you guys.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. Best Leftist Twitch debate channel. So now we're getting into the Twitch stuff. Or wait, that's not the right card for that. I must have done the... screwed up again. That's what happens when you do things too fast. This is Best Leftist Facebook group. I screwed up on the title card there, but I'll fix that in the post.
Oh my gosh. I should have edited for you.
That is, I noticed that we were nominated for this one too.
Yeah, your educational group.
Yeah.
For We're Many Educational. So yeah, congrats for that nomination as well.
That's pretty cool. And Left Signal Boost obviously is in there.
Yep, yeah, that's the group that started this whole thing. That's where I first had the idea for.
I did it.
Oh, you did it? Okay. Even having this show, so yeah.
I'm all over it.
Send Zach a pound of coffee beans. Yeah, I definitely gotta get better at it next time. But if we have more volunteers next time, maybe we won't have to do quite as much work. So hopefully we'll pull in some more people interested in volunteering for the next award show, which I think uh, just because this is such a busy time of year, I'm thinking about moving it to being a more of a New Year thing. So maybe beginning of February instead of
You should slate
in the
it
middle of all of it.
for February 13th because that's International Friendship Day.
Is it really?
Yes.
Well, that's not a bad idea at all. Maybe we'll have it February 13th next time of 2023. That'll be the next time then.
Let's look at what day
roll
of
it
the week
around.
that. I'm gonna get on that. You keep going.
But yeah, I definitely like to have it on a Friday though. So
All right, fine.
Friday or Saturday, I think, just so more people can tune in.
Yeah, Friday. So.
But yeah, more volunteers always helpful. I was so grateful for the work that Angie did putting together so many of the award cards and the background and everything like that.
Oh yeah, you shared the page links, but you didn't share the page links.
So I don't think you actually did do it.
Fine. One more time.
Okay, so go ahead, do the copy and paste thing. Thanks for that catch there. So that should be the one for the groups. There we go.
Okay.
So yeah, Richard Wolf Self-Directed Enterprises, always a great group to hang out in. And then Baby's First Leftist group. They do a lot of entry-level stuff, and they're really good about it.
That's probably where I should have started.
You definitely should go there. You definitely should check it out, for sure.
I can still look.
Signal Boost. And then a write-in vote was the Brexiteers wrecked by Brexit. So it's a compilation of people that were all for Brexit before it happened, and now their lives have been damaged afterwards. It's kind of like the MAGA people who have had consequences based on their own
stupidity.
Yeah. But I hadn't heard of that one before. Yeah, appreciate it, Sean. Don't Soft Speak, Left Signal Boost. It's been great. I've met so many people just through creating that group and pulling in so many cool people to share their stuff as well. So many great creators. Sean of Tribunus Plebes being one of them. Yeah, I like Richard Wolf a lot too. He's a really great communicator of leftist, especially socialist ideas, and knows a heck of a lot about things like worker self-directed cooperatives and that sort of thing. Yep, puts things in a modern day perspective. So yeah, great communicator. He's kind of like a Bill Nye of the left. Good at making things fun and communicating stuff, and
make a show.
Doing lots of fun stuff. Yeah.
With Wormbo.
Yeah. Well, he does a podcast.
He eats puppets.
He does a podcast and a YouTube show like every day, I believe. He does economic updates. So yeah, he's putting stuff out.
Wow.
So thank you all. Thank you for the person who nominated the group. Thanks for everyone who voted. I really appreciate it. I work really hard to keep this group lively and informative and cohesive. So
keeping it lively has been getting harder and harder with the changes they've been making to groups lately, though.
That's the truth for sure. I look at the engagement that my posts get, and it's like I'll be lucky to break 20 people to see any given post, and especially if they have external links. I've found that Facebook just cannot stand any competition. So if you ever link to a YouTube video, especially, or any sort of external site, they'll just throttle you in the algorithm to the point where like only a handful of people will even see it. It's ridiculous. It's like, what's the point of even having a group if
Facebook's trash?
I mean, they are trash. They're after the dollar, and we're not providing that service apparently. So yeah, thank you all.
We should be providing that service. I mean, the technology is there. I mean, we should
just
do our own thing. But
Yep, yep. It's definitely an anti-hippie anarchist algorithm. That's for sure. Yeah, it's the algorithm that gets you. So you gotta even come up with creative ways to put stuff out there. I did an experiment once where I put the same post out in like four different ways, and depending on how I included the link, it would either throttle it or moderately support it. So, but I mean, the hoops you got to jump through just to get people to see the stuff in the groups that they've chosen to be a part of. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Right.
Let's go back to MySpace, guys.
I mean,
Right.
it's not looking so bad right now, really, to
Yeah,
be
you used to
honest.
be able to share music. That was cool.
Yeah, that was
I
really
liked
cool.
that.
So, and who knows where it's gonna go when this meta thing gets off the ground.
I need to just share my email and delete it. I'm sick of it.
Yeah, I feel that.
It's mindless.
Yeah, you're right, Matthew. More engagement, the more likes and shares you can give to posts anytime you see them. That definitely stimulates the algorithm, and it's like, oh, these people are engaging, so it must mean people are looking at our content or staying on our site and seeing our advertisers and stuff. So yeah, you got to goose that algorithm.
Meta control.
Meta control. Yeah, and Wade says if fascist book can steal TikTok style, which they absolutely do. In fact, like half of
The little
they're called
stories.
reels
Yeah,
that they put
whatever.
on Facebook and Instagram, that the little short things. Half of them come directly from TikTok. They still have the fucking logo still on them. It's
Also, like, no one cares what I'm doing.
right.
Like, what is the point? Got up, made toast. Whoa!
Yeah, really.
Post a picture. Didn't happen.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the what do you call it?
The community uprisings will happen.
That's the cyberpunk future that we're all being pushed into, though.
Then we're gonna have another January 6th.
I mean, it's just going to be organized in 3D space. Maybe they'll do a virtual storming of the
God,
Capitol.
Space Force Capitol Raid. Oh God.
Yeah.
What would you call the White House if it were in space?
I don't know, Space House? I don't know.
Space
I don't
House.
know.
It'd still be the White House, wouldn't it?
I mean, I don't know. Would it?
I don't know. I don't know.
The White Rocket.
Anyway.
Elon Musk redesigns the White House, puts a Tesla thing on the front.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Partially funded by Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
Everything inside's from Amazon.
That's going to be it.
Jeff Bezos and his dick rocket. Man.
Oh.
Just when we thought we were done with Austin Powers.
Yeah, really. Yeah. Well, I just saw that he'd said that his prediction for the future is that only some people on Earth are going to get to remain, and the rest of us apparently are just going to be shipped out into space to do all the manual labor.
Space
labor.
slaves. Yeah.
Space slaves. Yeah. So it's like
it's not legal on Earth, but if we're in space.
Well, I mean that's probably literally true.
Gosh.
Yeah, it's like a reverse Elysium. So instead of the elites having their special space station, they're just going to send us all out there, and it'll be just a industrial capitalist hellhole. So.
I think I have a fun one for you.
Oh, what are you doing?
I'm typing.
Oh boy. Okay, you go ahead.
That's how you get there.
Oh my God. I think we need to move on.
Fun.
So this is Best Leftist News channel on Twitch, I should say. So we are finally getting into Twitch now. Time to blast off. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, Bourgeois de Venus. How about that? It'd be nice and hot for them there.
Yeah, the market garden.
Right. Yep. So I listened to that podcast, and about 4 hours after I finished it,
I still think the sun could be fun for them. They are concerned with being the biggest and the best.
That's true.
Why not put them where they belong?
Each other about current events, and in this case, about the election. I had to.
That was his sound effect, not mine.
I was just about to say he looks like Ned Stark.
So it is very
He kinda
troubling
does.
that it was obviously targeted against
Just a
one
touch.
political group, the Sandinistas, said Daniel Kovalik, a human rights lawyer and an observer of this weekend's elections.
The emergency message said people in the area should not delay leaving and not gather belongings or make efforts to protect their homes. Jesus Christ. There was a red flag warning for most of the Front Range until 5 p.m., but the warning area runs from just up to, but not in Larimer County. Still high wind, low humidity, and unusual warm temperature will create...
All right, so let's go get those links.
Copy,
Put them in the
paste.
chat. Okay, copy.
Ready.
So best leftist news channel. That's what we're talking about right now.
Set fire.
There we go. Rich will be going to Mars. See, I don't think they're going to want to, though. They're going to... Bezos was talking about basically turning in the Earth into a resort, just like one big resort for the rich. Because they already have the ecosystems and stuff like that. And this is how we can get all the pollution off the planet and stop global warming. We just put it out in space with
Right, because the
all
rich
the
would
working
concern
class.
themselves with that, right?
No, they wouldn't. That's the
that's-
whole point.
I know.
That's his whole point, too, though. He's not even being shy about it. He just wants us all to leave.
Maybe he could go to space.
As though the
And
working
not come
class is
back.
responsible for like any of the global warming.
I was really hoping that
Rather than the
NASA
people
would
that
have
own
been a little bit better and not really thoroughly checked that rocket before they launched it. And maybe we missed something.
Jeez.
Maybe somebody snipped a wire somewhere.
Okay. Let's not dance around TOS too close.
Sorry. I mean, that would have been unfortunate.
Yeah, Wade. Twitch is a fun place. You really get to interact with people really closely. You get to build these relationships over time and stuff. It's been really cool.
I feel like it's complicated.
It's not really.
Okay.
I mean, I do. Maybe, I'm just old.
Yeah, it was a big learning curve for me too, but there's plenty of tutorials out there, and that's how I learned how to do all the stuff that I do now, and it's basically just watching other people do it. So
That's fair. For us, there was a lot of stumbling through things until we figured it out, but same thing.
yeah, that's a good point, Matthew. Bezos was popping champagne. He couldn't even listen to Captain Kirk do his little speech about how moving it was to go up into space. He had to spray his employees with champagne. Just basically sums up Bezos in one action, spraying people with champagne while people are trying to be profound and really relate deeply moving emotional stuff.
And what about that lady? I can't remember her name that he brought with. Was like, oh, look at me, be a good person, bring this woman to space finally.
Fucking Wally Funk. Isn't that her name?
What was it? I need
Wally
to get it
something.
right.
I don't know.
Yeah, Wally
But
Funk.
I mean, like, she did everything perfect. She had everything right. Why didn't she get to go the first time? Why did she have to go with that blockhead?
I don't know. Like, I probably would still choose to go too if I were her. Just to have the opportunity. But damn, like of all the people to be your space traveling companion, I think Bezos would probably be one of the worst.
Yeah.
Wally Funk. That's what her name was. You were right. 82. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
That is pretty badass. I wish that somebody in one of these trips would just sock Bezos in the mouth, because it's recorded, right? It's recorded.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't probably be technically international airspace, right? So.
What if he made the part for the rocket? The parts came from Amazon and it broke.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Damn.
That would be an ironic death, and as we know, that's the worst kind of death to have. It's an ironic one.
Is it?
According to Dwight Schrute from The Office, yes, it's the absolute most shameful death is an ironic death. Anyway, let's keep going.
I'll get in trouble on the internet.
All right, so congrats to Anarchist Laboratory. Yeah, they won it by a big margin, actually. Let me go look at the stats there.
Matthew, I'd like to add about 10 more people to your list, but I like where it started.
Let's get... Okay.
We can
Twitch
make a
News
poll for that.
So yeah, Anarchist Laboratory had 58% of the vote, so they
Wow.
definitely ran away with it. So
Nice
congrats to
job.
them. I've liked the little bit of content I've seen from them too. So they're a fun Twitch channel, for sure. All right.
Gotta share.
Oh, I'm not on to the next one yet.
Oh, I'm too fast.
You are. You're too fast.
I know.
So we're on to Leftist Twitch debate channel. Move down here. And this one was one of the nominations was a little bit controversial. Oh, whatever. I'm gonna copy and paste my old fogey way.
No, this is quicker.
Fine. So Dylan Burns TV. Although Dylan Burns himself is a liberal and doesn't really hide that at all, he does platform a lot of really competent leftists, and the right wingers he brings on to debate them are just so insane and ridiculous that it really makes them the left wingers shine in comparison. So I decided that was going to be that was an acceptable choice to keep for a nomination for best leftist Twitch debate channel. But yeah, you can go check out all those guys there.
It doesn't get you canceled.
Wait,
Look,
what?
like there's a whole group of people in my DMs right now who totally think I'm racist, who totally think I'm a bigot, and it's really crazy. And I wish I could show you, but holy shit. With that being said, like none of these people have actual power over me. They're just names on the internet. Like, and now
look, with respect, Fuentes is never going to be moved over because he makes money from this, a lot of money. I saw that big Bitcoin transfer. Whew. He gets banked from this, but
Are those
most
two
of the people who
friends?
follow Fuentes, because I've talked to his fans.
Vosh and the other guy?
Yeah.
No, the other guy's a complete reactionary right winger.
And I don't mean that in some kind of
No.
patronizing generic insult.
I don't even know where he came from, but he interviews all the worst right wingers. That guy on the left.
He looks like John Doyle's dweeby cousin.
You know what? Maybe that is who it is. I don't even know. I'd never heard of him, but he's like interviewed Stefan Molyneux and I think Lauren Southern and some other really big right wingers, and he's just like some guy. But like, I guess they'll all just go on whatever platform will have them.
Seriously, Texas.
So yeah, gasp leftist controversy. I know it's unheard of on the left here to have any sort of infighting or.
Top off
or
the water.
Okay, yeah, you go take your break.
I'm coming
But yeah,
back.
and that Vosh nomination was a write-in, and you're gonna see that as a pattern here in the upcoming Twitch and YouTube stuff. Someone really liked Vosh a lot, and they wrote him in for almost every category. Well, and we made the decision that anyone that qualified that was a write-in candidate would still get some airtime on the show, because it's important to have the people's voice be heard, really. Texas leftist here. Oh, cool, very nice. So yeah, let's see who the winner of the debate. I don't tend to like debates as much myself. It mostly just evolves into shouting and stuff, but a lot of people do, and it does move people over. So there you go. Congrats to Dylan Burns TV. Yeah, I saw a really bad one recently where Actual Jake was part of the panel. Pixel Smixel was on there too, and some other really great leftists. And there was this guy who apparently is a regular. And he's a right winger, and he just was yelling most of the time, just literally yelling and getting more and more drunk, to the point where he ended up at the end of it collapsing to the floor, and his wife had to end the stream for him. And like, she was taking care of him as he was like sobbing because he lost the debate and all. So overall, it was probably good, I guess, for the left, but more often than not, those debates, hearing the right wing opinions is too much for me most of the time.
But it's important to be a good arguer.
Yeah, it is
Debater,
important, and
arguer.
it is important, and it's important not to just let really bad ideas ever have currency. But so luckily, Dylan has on some really competent leftists, like actual Jake. So I should show you that video. It's pretty ridiculous.
Is it gonna hurt?
Yeah,
It'll
definitely.
probably hurt.
Because the right wing is just so out there, just so out there.
I mean, you've seen the garbage I watch.
Yeah.
When you're not in the room.
I mean, he's worse than John Doyle, I would say.
John Doyle's funny. Like he's just.
Yeah, this guy was just sad, really, when it comes down to it. Yeah, maybe I'll find a highlight reel for it. That's a good idea, Matthew.
I appreciate that, Matthew. Thanks. Like, I can only handle losing so many brain cells a week.
All right.
Yeah.
So here we go. Best leftist Twitch theory channel of 2021. Let me get those links for you.
Yeah. Copy paste. Go from the bottom.
Doesn't always work that way.
Yes, it does.
There you go. You can copy paste now. All right. So here's all the links to the best
Boom.
leftist Twitch theory channels. You can see that I've been nominated again, which I really appreciate. Appreciate the support.
Bleep blop Ben.
Yeah, he's one of my favorites in this group here. Bird Crochets is amazing too. He does a lot of the same stuff I do with the theory stuff, and he knits these amazing things, or crochets them, I guess.
Yeah, there's a difference.
And there's Trish on there on one of the clips from my show.
Yeah.
The State and Revolution show.
That's right. Yeah.
Hence the picture of Lenin.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping Trish could be here tonight, but I think she's still traveling, probably.
Oh yeah, she is somewhere in the
was a watered-down version of what Hallie Hawkins came.
Das Vidanya, Tovarish. I'm Comrade Gomer. Welcome to my channel.
Comrade Gomer's amazing too. He does again a lot of the stuff that I did. He goes all the way through the books. Does more of summaries, but he's really informative.
So welcome to my channel. I try to break
And he's
it
funny
down
too.
real easy for people to understand anything that I'm saying and anything that the guys from the past said as well. So come on down and hang out with me, and we'll bullshit about communism. Thank you.
That was a book I had to read in college.
Principles of Communism. I did that on the stream here.
Look at
We
this,
went through that in
Fidel
a couple
Castro
shows.
And his evil regime has removed
Another great
gold
Minnesota leftist,
from the
Bleep
ocean.
Ben.
How dare they?
Over there in Minneapolis. Yeah, he's Minneapolis.
Capital.
He lives
It's
in
only
Lauren
a
Park,
part
actually.
of profit. Profit,
Are you
whether
stalking
on
him?
industrial or
And
commercial
the
capital,
Red Army
is
is
only a part
amazing
of the
too.
surplus value taken by the capitalist class from the working
I'm just
class.
gonna
I cannot do.
Unpaid labor.
Yes, they definitely are. Very
Yeah.
pro-capitalism.
Economic laws which govern the state
The hammer and the
rate of
sickle
interest
and, you
are
know,
as independent
that
as
line of
those
communists, right?
Yeah,
which
the
govern
Mao,
the rate of
Stalin,
surplus
Lenin,
value
and
as
so
could
forth. Yeah.
possibly be the case with laws of one and same form of society.
But they
I'm gonna
actually.
have to check out Comrade Gomer though.
Oh, he's a lot of fun. He's a lot of fun. But yeah, the Red Army too. Like I don't know how they don't just ruin their voices because they literally just read out the text. And I tried doing that for one episode, and I was like gasping by the end of it. It just I'm not used to talking that much, but
Yeah.
but they plow through those books really well, and they have some really good insights to it.
Our first several theory streams were reading the book like that, and after we used an audiobook once, we never went back.
I know, it's so much easier. And I've heard from people that listen to the audio version of it, like on my podcast and stuff, that it's a lot easier on them too with having the audiobook, because then there's a difference in voices. They can tell when it's someone like reading the text versus when I'm doing the commentary on it. So I like doing it better that way. I don't think I'm ever going to go back either.
Right.
Oh, you have a comment you want to make there? Reading, what are you saying? Reading out loud is the bomb. Well, you know what? Maybe you should come on sometime and read out loud if you want.
I love reading out loud.
Well, I should have you be my reader sometimes. That might be cool.
I usually read kids' books, but I could read an adult.
Well,
book
if we
out
get into
loud.
some of the reactionary right-wing literature, then
Oh, then it will be.
it will be like reading kids' books.
Oh God.
Maybe we'll do some excerpts from like Atlas Shrugged or something like that. You can read it in that like, and then Mr. Atlas had a big old shrug.
Oh.
That's what we need is the pop-up book of Atlas Shrugged.
There's lots of pop-ups of this. I feel like that'd be good for toddlers, you know? Raise your shoulders up to your ears. How
Yeah.
far can you get them?
And and then they would destroy it by the time that they were actually old enough to understand it, so they wouldn't have to be
They wouldn't
subjected
be
to the
able to
actual
read it
garbage
anymore.
anyway. So yeah, win-win. There's another vote for you taking over my means of production here. Well,
You weren't supposed to tell him.
got the paycheck.
I was just gonna unionize first.
Oh my goodness. Well, I better sit you down and talk about the
You ain't gonna
evils
tell me
of-
nothing.
I mean, wouldn't you rather have a PlayStation 5? Just think of all the union dues.
And a pizza party.
And a pizza party. What about a pizza party?
Yeah, maybe next time you could pay me in hugs. Wow.
Whoa, thanks. My hugs aren't worth
No,
that
they're
much.
fine, but they should be free.
You're right.
We are legally contracted to that.
Mutual aid hugs. I'm all for that.
Gosh. Don't weaponize your affection. I mean, I agree, Wade. Pizza is pretty great.
Pizza's
but
pretty great.
Pizza ain't gonna pay the rent.
And think about how much pizza you can make with some union bucks. If the union's behind you, and you can get some better salary. So it's a tough call, I know, for a lot of people.
Don't sleep on jar candy.
Take one, please. Oh man, I'm glad we're past that phase of the discourse in the year cycle of talking about whether or not Halloween is communist, or whether it's a teaching time to teach about fairness and capitalism and working hard. Like capitalists for some reason always want to turn it into like, well, you wouldn't take more candy than you need, or you wouldn't give candy to kids that didn't go out and were just too lazy to trick or treat. All those memes are just
But
so
there's so many problems with it
bland.
because,
Oh, of
okay, there are
course.
some kids who
Of
have
course.
sensory processing issues where a costume is not a thing that's okay. So they might just come out in a Batman t-shirt. And also, those parents hoof it around with those kids. I'm going to have treats for them too.
Yeah, there you go.
Because that
Jello
sucks.
shots.
That's what I want to
Yes!
start. Is adult trick or treating with like shots of stuff and like, hard apple cider. All that should definitely be a thing.
I had a friend hand out mini bottles of Fireball to the adults. That was in her adult bucket.
There
And then,
you go.
You can only get away with stealing so many Reese's peanut butter cups before you get busted by the kids. And then they're like, hey, jerk, that was mine. It was like, was it though? Like, I brought you into this world. I could take you out of it.
So Tribunus Plebis says the scariest costume is the hustle and grind influencer. Oh, that's the truth. I don't know how anyone falls for that sort of stuff. That I don't remember the guy's name, but he's like one of the big hustle and grind, like he's like the alpha grinder or something like that. Some
Wait, that's what he calls himself?
something like that.
The alpha grinder?
Something, yeah, it's something really dumb like that. But he talks about how, when all of you were, having vacations and having families and having relationships and all this, I was out there working. And if you're not working 24/7 and you're getting your job going, then you're not doing it right and you deserve to fail. All this stuff. I'm like, what? Gary V, that's the one. Good call there, Devils.
Yeah, I feel like I heard something about.
He is just a garbage person. It's like, what are you doing all this for if not like relationships and experiences and rest and all? Like, what the hell?
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. My God, I hate that expression.
Well, it
So
started
much.
out literally as a joke because it's an
I
impossibility.
know. Well, you think about all these people who work at McDonald's full time. They can't pay their rent on McDonald's full time, and they get treated like crap all the time.
Yeah.
Like, that's
Sigma
not a
ground
glamorous-
set. That's it. He's beyond alpha. He's the Sigma ground set guy.
Gosh.
Just sickening.
I'm sure classically Abby's working her way up to that too.
Classically, Abby is just astroturf. She has her rich buddies do everything. I mean, she can't even break 100,000 subscribers when her family's put like millions into advertising for her stupid little channel.
But mommy
It's
and
pathetic.
daddy advertise and I pop up on everybody's YouTube channel and I'm gonna get lots and lots of followers to teach you about not being a whore.
But only my version of what being a whore is, not what anyone else says. 'Cause
Right.
That's the only one that matters.
Alpha wolf.
Alpha wolf, grinder, lion, hustle, eagle with
Jesus.
sigma ground effects, wakes up at 3 a.m. and made $3. What did you do today? That's pretty much the lifestyle of these people.
I got paid to stay home
ridiculous.
and I'm not gonna feel bad about it.
Yeah, be a human. What kind of pinko kami nonsense is this?
That's right. Sleep in.
Absolutely.
I didn't do that though. I had to take him to work.
All right, let's keep going. I almost forgot what category we're even on at this point. We had such a tangent there. So there you go. Congrats to me. Thanks. I do appreciate you all and your support and stuff like that. It means very much.
Thank you for getting to thank somebody.
Yeah. You've definitely.
No,
What?
I was joking. You should thank God.
Our upstairs neighbors, the guy who lives on the roof.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, dude.
Your clogging at 3 a.m. has been immensely helpful to our
Yeah, hopefully. I think maybe they've actually fixed our roof leak by now. So thanks for that. It only took a week.
Third floor life. Too bad I didn't have any plants over there. Could save watering for a week.
Yeah, it only took a week, and but that's the benefit of not having to pay a mortgage, right? That's why we rent is.
Yeah,
so we can wait a week for someone to do the worst slapdash plastering job I've ever seen on a ceiling.
I think we should share this with the group sometime.
I should
really
take a picture
dazzling.
of that. It's pretty amazing. It adds a bit of flair to the building.
There's like texture now, but only in one spot.
Only in one spot, and it's not the same color.
Sweet.
This is more of a Jackson Pollock effect on our ceiling. I think if we initial it, we could make some money. Maybe our building will go condo.
But yeah, thank you for all your support, everybody. But definitely check out the other people who were nominated too. They're all really amazing.
You forgot to thank God.
Okay, moving on.
You'd be nothing without him.
Oh my God.
Something that Lovo would be proud that you said.
So here's Feminist Critique, who is Aurora Borealis from the earlier nomination. They're a fun time. That's a really fun Twitch channel.
Gotta love those helium voice. Oh, I forgot my habit.
I have a similar feeling.
Wearing the merch from Idan Simpson tonight.
Probably the whole
One of my favorite
itself,
channels that inspired me to
that,
do this too.
Put your capitalism
it doesn't
away.
center victims.
He's got fun merch too, like
because especially right now,
failed
they're
state
about to put the
sweatshirt.
defendant on the stage.
That's fun.
On the stand, I keep calling it this stage. They're about to put the defendant on the stand, and he's just going on and on and on and on, dog whistling.
Yeah, Polly is great. You're right, John.
Talking about all the crime in the neighborhood, all this theft.
Word. How is everyone doing? This is going to be a great show. A weird show and a great show. Viewers, so this is not Meet the Left. This is the new show, The Sabbath Cipher. The name comes from two things. First of all, Black Sabbath.
You take care too, Tribunus, please.
Probably all here
Plebeians.
for some reason.
Thanks for hanging out with us as long as you could.
And the Cipher is
And yeah, hope to see you soon.
an offshoot of the Nation of Islam. It's a means of education that they use where people would stand in a circle and just, shoot off knowledge and wisdom, and everyone would kind of build off and ask questions about it. And the idea is that, we all live our lives and learn things.
Afraid or afraid, but have an issue with
The donate link is to subscribe to the channel or donate bits if you're on Twitch. Otherwise, you can buy my stuff. That's in my link tree as well. You can buy my artwork. In fact, I get a little bit of cut of that.
I think we need to make you merch.
I've been trying to bug Heather to
Maybe I could do it.
make me some high quality renderings of like my logo at least and stuff. Oh, oh shoot! I forgot to put out the links first.
Let's share them anyway. Yeah, see, you got in trouble.
Donut link.
Don't take my job away from me.
Anyway, yeah, congrats to Left Flank Vets. A really great, absolutely great leftist channel.
Go from the end. Okay, got it.
All right,
Clicky,
and there
clicky.
you can follow all of them.
Voila.
There you go. All great stuff. But yeah, Left Flank Vets, they are, as the name suggests, a veteran group, and they come at things from a leftist perspective.
Wait, actual like war veterans?
Yeah.
Leftists?
Yeah,
That's
and
awesome.
it's a lot of people that got
It's
into
not
the
as uncommon as you would think, really.
For sure. That's true.
Yeah.
A lot of people do it to get the college money or the
Right. Oh, we have a friend that's
jihad.
like that.
Yeah, for sure. So, and for some people, there's not even much other options to get out of their town or whatever. And,
I only did it because I care about America.
Mhm.
Just kidding. I'm not a vet.
But yeah. Yeah, that's the idea, John, is to have the links help people who come to this video later become part of the movement. And we're going to put all the links into the description of this live video once it's done. So you can come back anytime and check out some people.
My goodness.
Oh, I got got. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, I know you like the surfs a lot.
I do.
Well, you know what, Connus? I respect the game, so I'm just going to give you a timeout. That's it. Normally, I would just throw down the hammer, but I'm in a good mood right now. I had an awesome interview with Tim Black, so there's that. But I did get caught.
That's so cool.
Bro, this is like, dude, this is like.
That sounds a lot of fun.
Are you gonna get in trouble for him singing the Seinfeld thing?
I hope not. I put this video out beforehand, and YouTube
Okay.
did not flag me, so. Yeah, guess who it is?
Who is it?
You'll see. It's Dave Rubin.
Oh.
I was just watching your church militant YouTube channel, and I was watching
YouTube
a
is
very lovely video on there showing the adoring Virgin statue, and I was just wondering if y'all had a if y'all had a corn statue that maybe I could buy, because at my altar of Christ, I like it. You know, I like to have a little bit of the good old American heartland represented in my shrine.
That's such a nice surprise to see so many vets. Sorry, I'm just really excited about that.
Nice.
And I think that would actually look pretty good, to be totally honest. Video to be mad about.
Love Hannah too.
Yeah.
Ever heard the phrase, a face like a bulldog licking piss of a nettle, because that vegan teacher makes it every time.
If you're fascinated by conspiracy theories, definitely Hannah Reloaded is the place to go, because she covers so many of them. It's amazing the people she drags in. Oh yeah. Oh, and this lady, vegan teacher,
Yeah.
Insane.
She's the one that showed us Alex Chu, too.
That's true. Yeah, she introduced us to the world of Alex Chu. Oh my god.
But like within the
That
context
outfit was
of
corny.
this video,
Yeah.
again, I need to point out once again, this is a video for like 2-year-olds, maybe 3. It's supposed to be like jokey. They're being cutesy. They're not like really mad at each other.
I think. Look. With respect.
Yeah, and Washington, yeah, write-in vote. So as I said, he was written into a lot of categories. So
No, that was just making me think, whatever happened to that lady with the crazy hair? Mimsy.
oh, Mimsy Moon. Oh,
Yeah, what
I think
happened?
she quit making videos. Unfortunately, I mean, she never had a very large pull, and it was almost all people that were making fun of her. But yeah.
Pause, we gotta share.
Okay, thank you for catching me in time. Yeah, Rob just took a quick break there, but he'll be back.
BRB. Why do you...
I'm sorry, it's force of
You
habit.
guys, he uses the mouse all the
I
time when we
know.
could just use the typey
Could just be
hands and it's
using-
faster.
Yeah. So there's your slate of nominees for Best Leftist Twitch Reaction Channel of 2021. I think this is our last Twitch category. I think we're going to move on to... Oh, no, we got news after this. Oh, we have a few more, actually. My mistake. But yeah. All great people.
Mm-hmm.
Actual Jake, the corn guy. Lots of fun.
He was one of my first ones.
Yeah.
Him and Vosh. Though Vosh, he's kind of left a sour taste
Yeah,
for
he's
me
kind of rubbed
a
me
little
wrong
bit.
lately too. But, yeah, I hear that for sure. But I Hassan, still stick with Hassan. I always he's kind of my like go-to entertainment channel. Him, Jake, and Hannah is all some of the best. Just leftist, but also entertaining channels.
But seriously, partake in a Hannah episode where she talks about Alex Chu, creator of the Infinity Rings.
The immortality rings.
Whatever.
Yeah, these little pinky magnet rings that make you give you physical immortality, and his evidence of that is his slim tummy.
Yeah.
And the fact that
Which he shows at the
and he
beginning
says,
of
"Oh,
every video he
do I
does
look like
post."
I'm 50 years old?
Yeah.
No, I don't." And you can see he's been doing it for 20 years, so he in fact has aged
Yeah.
quite a bit in that time. But it's funny. What did Vosh do?
For me, he's kind of like... I'm trying to think of a particular situation and I can't.
Lost but broken. Very good.
Where he's kind of crossed a line, but then he doesn't take any accountability for himself. He's just
Right.
like, I can say what I want to say, no matter what. And
Yeah,
there's no... Like, but there are consequences for things you say. Like,
Right.
when I said some swears earlier, I might get in trouble about that.
Right. Yeah, I think for me, Vosh just too often pursues the edginess and the clout more so than, being right or charitable or a good player with other people. I still do watch him from time to time, but when he's talking to other leftists, usually, especially ones that he disagrees with, I don't usually have a lot of use for that.
Yeah. What kind of juice did you bring? Or is it not juice? Juice! Wow.
It is some sort of berry juice.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
I don't know. Emily got it. I'm just drinking it.
It's there. You were there. It happens.
Yeah. That's funny. Lost but broken. Hassan owns a house, so he can't be a leftist. Because, socialism is when
Yeah.
poor, right?
And what the hell is capitalism?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a very convenient way of framing things, isn't it?
Right.
All right. Let's see who the winner of this category was. Hasanabi. Yeah, he was the clear favorite in this one. Let me see what the stats were for him. Let's move it on. Yeah, 37% of the vote. narrowly edged out actually the Surfs TV with Lance, or the Surf Times. Yeah, so cool. Yeah, good job for Haas. I love his content, and he's, you know, for all the crap that he gets, he pretty much knows his stuff, and he's I think he's found a good space for himself
I
out
appreciate
there.
his accountability too.
Yeah, I mean that'd be awesome to get Hassan to mention the win, but I mean,
Let's write him a letter.
you pretty much have to, if you're in his chat, you pretty much have to insult him in a weird or creative way for him to even get his attention. In that case, you can really stunlock him for quite some time. But
Lance mentioned you last year.
he did, yeah. We had a member from the group who was one of his mods, so they were able to get us a plug. But yeah, it'd be cool. And if you guys want to support this channel, one of the best ways to do it is wherever you're seeing this now, just share it on social media. You know, share it with someone you like, who is into this sort of stuff, or just share it on your Facebook page, or you know, any of that sort of thing. Yeah, that's the way we grow and then keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, spam it in his chat. That's a good way
Yeah.
to do it. I would appreciate that.
Look at it. Look.
All right, let's see what's up next. I think we are actually getting into YouTube finally. This is the last set of categories here, and this is the YouTube stuff.
Clocks are literally ruining your sleep, and it's for the worst reason. You know how twice a year we change our clocks? Yeah, it's the most ridiculous scheme that ever happened in American history. But the reason why we do it will make you even more mad. You see, it turns out big businesses think that if there's more daylight hours in the evening, that you'll spend more money at the mall. Now you could say, hey, but we could just adjust either way. Well, you see, everybody has a chronotype, and a chronotype means your body has a preferred time of sleeping. Then it actually matters a lot that
It's
you
true.
keep that schedule.
I
You might
just-
think
I
that you
just
can adjust
took
to
mine.
any sleep schedule, but the truth is you can't.
Black, and today I'm just chatting about my politics and why I made this channel. I've mentioned before in my previous videos, I used to be all light, a diet bigot if you must. Thanks to college, my friends maturing and learning as a person, and watching Nazis get back the fuck out in debates on YouTube. It opened my eyes.
And it does pull people over, so I mean I can't deny that. That debate space does have a place on the left.
Your silence gives consent, or the penalty good men pay for indifference is to be
Unexamined?
ruled by evil men.
One
He
of the
also
mods
came
at
to
Left
the
Signal
great
Boost.
conclusion that man can best be defined as a featherless biped. But for all the wisdom of one of the most central figures in philosophy, he also owned slaves.
Yeah, congrats to all the nominees. Yep, we're gonna do it. Don't worry. So we're on the best new leftist YouTube channel. Hold on, it's having trouble. Go ahead.
Okay.
Copy, and we'll paste that into the chat for you guys.
Click. Share.
So here's the best new leftist YouTube channel for you. All great stuff, all great content. So yeah, let's see who wins. Another tie. So Blue Blonde Ben and Bread Peel Black. Yes. Tie? Oh, which one were you rooting for? Ben?
No, the other one.
Oh yeah. Bread Peel Black makes some really great videos too. I like his style. He's a really good mix of humor and actual
Education.
education and stuff like that. So yeah, really good stuff. But they're both really great channels. So congrats to them both. All right, moving on.
Of the governments that they control have grown.
And this is Yanis Varoufakis. He's a Greek guy, was a politician, really great intellectual now.
All of us
Does some cool live streams.
are their neo selves.
Last time I talked about Kyle Rittenhouse was literally when the shootings
Demon
happened.
Mama.
I don't give a shit. I'm probably the only person in this entire space who, when I say I don't give a fucking shit about Kyle Rittenhouse, that I'm actually telling the truth. Ah, yeah, okay, trans replicant. Yeah, yuck it up. Yo, you said Kyle Rittenhouse a couple seconds ago. Yeah, not in this stream, obviously. Thank you.
Where it's just me talking the news. I've had a bunch of great interviews. I want to thank everybody for coming on. See Derek Varn, of course, Mike McGinnis of the You Don't Know History podcast came on to talk about Afghanistan, and he's
Oh, can you hand me my
a
phone?
veteran of the Afghanistan war, which is now ended. Big news, of course.
Yeah, Joe
So
Payne. He's
y'all
a
can go
cool
back
guy.
and watch that interview. Had a good time talking with him. And Varn as well. And C. Derek Varn had me on his show. Go check out his channel. If you're here, let me know. Say hi.
You're gonna see this video. You're going to know that I made this video.
And see, this is the space that I can actually get behind Vosh. I think he's funny and entertaining when he's dunking on these right-wing chuds.
Chud watch.
Yeah.
Whoever does his graphics is also really good.
Vosh, yeah, I don't know where that even came from.
He's probably got a special friend.
Probably.
In.
Okay. So here is all the links to the live streamers on YouTube.
Can you not put your phone that way? I'm worried about
Oh,
like
sorry.
knock it off.
I'll move it over here.
I don't need to break it.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks.
All right, yeah. Let's move on. And Vosh wins. So congrats to Vosh. He does do a lot of work cultivating his community in his live stream space. So yeah, congrats to him.
Mr. Shark, go ahead. 2 minutes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, you know him?
Do you have sharks?
Shark 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really good.
His voice volume is very appealing to me.
Mhm.
He doesn't usually scream. I can appreciate that.
The curtain is from Mario 2. So yeah, let's see. Okay, let me just grab that set of guys, or set of links for you. Keeps popping up there. So there you go. There's all the best leftist YouTube live stream nominees. Oh, maybe YouTube retweets it or reposts it every time you say YouTube. I
Yeah,
don't know.
'cause it's
That's
probably,
weird.
like, greedy.
Gosh,
I
winning
agree,
too much.
Matthew.
No, he
I
just won one
do.
time so far, but he is nominated a lot.
coming up
That's
a
it's because it was the write-in, and you know I got to respect the democratic process and not discount people just because they're put in for a write-in.
I know. I can still be sad about it though.
That's true. Yeah. Feel your
My
feelings.
feelings are valid.
Your feelings are valid. Very, very true.
Don't make me get my name tag with the feelings break or the feelings.
Ah,
picture.
Swoletariat won this round, so good for them. They're a really
I'm
great
not
debater.
surprised. They were actually like the one that I recognized.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just more recently familiar with them, but I saw him do a debate. He was tag teaming with Brenton Langle against some really obnoxious right wingers, and they both did a really wonderful job.
I feel like that would be fun, but I also feel like that would be so draining.
Yeah, I mean, just hearing the right wingers purposely mischaracterize every single argument, pull out all their same dumb, tired, long debunked arguments again and again, and just be so smug about the whole thing. Yeah, it really, you're right. It really does get draining. So I totally hear where you're coming from. So I can only handle so much online debate with right wingers.
Right.
Thank you,
They're
Matthew.
probably coming now. They heard you. I think we're gonna get a troll again. It's been a while.
I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised, but they'll find their way out the door real quick. So.
Aww.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew, for there should be a new category for best leftist awards. I wonder who would win that every year.
No, I can't. Dang it! I hate everything copyrighted.
I know this is why capitalism has to go, because just copyright alone is an absurd system, only designed to benefit not even the people that make the stuff, but the people that own the stuff that is made by other people.
Like, think about like with music and stuff. There's only so many sounds. There's only
Absolutely.
so many notes.
Yeah.
How much further can you push it?
Right. Yeah, and there's a really great video out there that I like to share when we talk about copyright stuff, and it's by now I'm gonna blank on them. It's an Australian group. They do a bunch of cover songs. I'll think of it at some point, but they basically show how virtually every hit pop song has the same 4 chords. It's the same again and again and again, and yet none of them are suing each other about copyright law. It just shows kind of the ridiculousness of everything, and how everything is derivative in one respect or another. And that's true of everything. That's true of innovations. That's true of business practice. There's nothing that's absolutely new. So the idea that someone can just section off one tiny part and say, no, this is only for me, and if you do it too, then I should get paid. It's
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Juvenile.
We need a new system, because it doesn't even
Stupid.
benefit creators either. All the stuff that Elon Musk has people invent for him. It doesn't benefit those engineers all that much. Like, not nearly as much as the richest man on earth.
Also,
well, I mean, even look at streaming services. Back to musicians. I mean, you get like between 1/100th and 1/10 of a penny per stream. But what are you going to pay with that?
Yeah, right. How is that going to help you?
But yet the record company makes money off of it. No, fuck that.
Absolutely.
Also, like, I mean, this is stretching it. If I invented something and somebody else could improve upon it or find a way to make it better, I would be excited about that.
Absolutely, me too.
I would probably want to work with that. Maybe like, all right, let's see how we can push it. Not like, well, that was my idea first, shit stain, so you can't do anything with it.
Yeah.
And you owe me $10,000 now because you looked at it. Like,
I mean that's why I put up my entire archive of streams on YouTube, and I make sure that each one of them is licensed as Creative Commons, because I want people to be able to comment on my stuff. I don't want to have people getting strikes against them just for talking about the stuff that I do. So it just makes no sense. It's anti-progress in the name of profit. Really, it's profit over progress. Really,
it's selfish. It's
But yeah, Kanye made $1 billion stealing other people's music and putting his name on it. I mean, literally. Yeah, you're right. That's true, and this happens all the time. But yeah, good job to Swolitary. That they are a really great channel. So we'll move on to the next category. The single best YouTube debate. This was a fun one.
I do not say it again. The Postal Service is amazing. It has been an engine of upward mobility. It has been an engine of racial equality. If you building the black middle class, massively an engine of that. It is. I had at the Postal Service will carry a letter from here to Alaska for not for the same price, and it's certainly not going to serve. No, I do not know that, and it's certainly not going to do it. It's never going to get there with as much service.
Pause. I have a side note. It's not very nice. But you guys know Angry Birds? Charlie Kirk is the human personification of the orange bird.
That's true. The one whose face blows up?
Yeah!
Yeah.
But all the features still are close together. And then
right.
He's Orange Bird.
He is Orange Bird. Very good.
like is cheap. Well, you need to talk to a economist. Like the post office is the basic institution.
How free do you feel if you're on the precipice of financial ruin, if you can't afford paying for a medical emergency that you're experiencing? What do you do when you don't have health insurance, which tens of millions of Americans right now don't have because of the exorbitant prices associated with it? How free do you feel if you're a wage worker who has not experienced your real wages increase in literally decades? Wages have not kept up with inflation. So how free do you feel when you want to leave your job, but you can't because your healthcare benefits are tied to that work or tied to that job? I mean, freedom, again, is an interesting way of framing it, because I would venture to say that there's a significant portion of the population in the United States, significant portion of workers in this country that do not, in fact, feel free. In fact, have experienced the precarious nature of a capitalistic system that forces them to work endlessly, if they're lucky, in a full-time job, if they're unlucky, in several part-time jobs that they cobble together with no benefits just to make ends meet.
In order to live. What about government protecting the right
God, this Yaron Brook. Absolute idiot.
children? They were shareholders of the building, and they
The shareholders are owners, and they're responsible for the decision making that they.
I'm getting punchy.
But
now let me address the question of capitalism. Here's what capitalism is not distinguished by, and therefore is not useful as a definition. Markets. Slavery has markets. It's a different economic system. Feudalism had markets for much of its history. That's not a definition of capitalism that's unique. Capitalism doesn't uniquely have markets. That's silly. Free or controlled markets, which is all we've ever had in the world, the controlled kind, are as old as Plato and Aristotle, who argued over markets. By the way, both of them opposed markets and thought they were socially destructive institutions. Just for as a footnote you might be interested in. But capitalism is unique in one way. It's not a system that's unique in its markets. It's not a system that's unique in its quote-unquote free enterprises. Those are as old as Methuselah. But here is what's unique. Earlier systems, for example, slavery, organized the production of goods and services around the dichotomy, a slave and a master. The master owned all the equipment, all the means of production, and including the worker himself and herself. He owned them. And that was a very unusual way of organizing things, but it existed for a long time. Did it have markets? Often. Did it sometimes?
Oh, have a good night, John. Appreciate having you on the stream.
Then there's feudalism, radically different. No master, no slave. Nobody's anybody else's property. But you know how that works? You have a small group of lords at the top and a mass of serfs at the bottom. And the way the system works is that the serfs swear loyalty to the lord, and the lord in return to the serf. And the whole thing is sanctified in Europe by the Catholic Church.
Destiny's checked out.
Oh yeah, he didn't pay attention to that whole thing.
It's not a master and a slave. It's not a lord and a serf. It's a completely different arrangement. It's a contract. It's an employer and an employee. They don't swear anything to one another, and neither owns the other one. But they enter into a contract in which the employer says, I'm going to give you a wage at the end of the week. You're going to give me your brains and muscles for these hours of these days. And that's a deal we're going to make. And that's how we organize production. That's the distinction of capitalism.
And then he proceeded to not listen to that entire definition that he gave and just asked for more. It was an entire debate of Destiny not paying attention and asking for definitions, and Wolf meticulously giving them to him. Yeah, all great debates. Those were all really good. I don't think did we put those out yet?
No.
No.
Okay, let's put those out. Yeah, Anna versus Ben. She was spitting some bars there.
Yeah.
That's why I let it run so long for her clip, because it was just really amazing to to see that
Well,
being
she's
put out there.
so smart. I mean, it's true. If we're going to continue down this capitalistic route, if we had universal health care, it would take so much off of employers. They wouldn't have to be like, oh, we have to spend money to supply you benefits. And you would have you wouldn't have to worry so much. Like, your boss is a wizard slave, you can just quit and go work for someone else that you can tolerate better.
Yeah, for sure. I think my headphones are really interfering here or something. I keep
Do you want me to
this
unplug?
feedback.
Hang on.
Let's see if it makes a difference. I think that made it worse. Let's see if I can plug in directly. Sorry, just 1 second here.
If you need to finish this out, I accept that.
Now let's try just your headphones and see if they're doing better, because I'm getting feedback from something. Let me see.
Brady attitude.
Let's see. No, I'm still hearing it, so I don't know what it is, but
let's see.
I guess we'll just keep going. I don't know what the audio thing is.
Don't you always love those
Maybe it just needed
on
a
the
break.
fly issues?
Maybe, yeah. Hopefully that's all it was. Here, you can plug back in.
Is this screw in or?
It just plug in. Push it as far as you can go.
Oh. That's an icky sound. I got a little better for a sec. Nope.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, I feel like sometimes when I move my headphones, it gets better, but sometimes not. No, there's definitely we're experiencing leftist audio in real time, so I apologize for it, but we'll just keep soldiering on, I guess, because I don't know what's causing it. So there you go. Congrats to both Ben and Anna. They tied for best leftist debate of the year. And they were both really good. So yeah, check out all of them though. Really great debates this year.
I love that picture, Charlie.
I don't know when this segment was recorded, but Bill Maher had a very hot take regarding young people. He, as a boomer, I'm assuming, is going to tell young people that their ideas are stupid and they're very
I hate
silly.
Bill Maher.
Take a look.
He's so terrible.
Abolish the police and the border patrol and capitalism and cancel Lincoln. No, I get it. The problem isn't that I don't get what you're saying or that I'm old. The problem is that your ideas are stupid. Born yesterday.
I have to say, the worst part about Bill Maher is that whenever he thinks he makes a good point, he'll do this weird, like, smug, sort of half smile. It's like...
The Democrats didn't want people
It's
to know
true.
that they passed this.
Where are his teeth?
Or if it was more like, I need to shore up my chances of becoming majority leader when the Republicans take over in midterms. What was your sense of like what McCarthy was doing, and then we'll talk about the bill itself.
Right?
Yeah. Thought you'd be happy.
Now, from the toy world, was it a case of crossed wires or a major corporate U-turn?
This is so stupid.
The company
This is their
Hasbro
big
was
issues
losing
in the beginning of the year.
From Mr. Potato.
No more Mr.
Pepe Le
Potato.
Pew now has a bad reputation and therefore has to be cut out. There's no end in sight for all this. Nobody is perfect enough for the masses.
Oh, right. I almost forgot, which is weird because we just did a video about this topic and this episode was written beforehand and with care, but everything from the right is about cancel culture now.
DemocracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. More than 120 world leaders gathered in Glasgow, Scotland, Monday for the opening of a crucial United Nations climate summit whose outcome could determine the future habitability of the planet. The
my favorite drag
COP26
queen's
Climate
favorite
Change
show.
Conference, as
To
it's
watch
officially
for
called,
news.
Democracy Now?
opened with
It's a good one.
dire warning
Yeah.
from UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
She does.
Boris Johnson betraying.
She's as close to mainstream news as you can get, and not quite
Hope
be.
in Europe, not looking as good as it has
Seriously,
been over the past
Natalie,
few
isn't that
months.
the truth?
And Jordan Peterson's intervention in question time last night. has definitely
Dr. Susan, potato head.
All right. Just do one. Oh. You know what? I think maybe the audio is coming from you, Rob. Do you think maybe you have a loose connection there somewhere?
I mean, I shouldn't.
Are you sure we don't?
Well, I muted him for just one second just to see if it would go away. Oh, okay. Well, we'll just continue on anyway.
Oh boy.
All right. Oh yeah. So I didn't quite wait. That was no. Hold on. Hold on. So this is best. I have these all individually now because I wasn't able to organize it more. Ran out of time. So here's the humanist report.
YouTube's excited because it was acknowledged.
Yeah.
By itself.
Yep. And then we will go to majority report.
With Sam Cedar.
With Sam Cedar. Oh, hold on. Okay, you got it. Sorry,
Yeah.
I got distracted for a second.
I ain't playing.
There's some more news coming up.
Mr. Cody.
That's not what I was supposed to be getting.
Democracy Now.
I'm gonna move down just a little bit. Okay. Oh, stupid free YouTube download keeps popping up.
This is like when I have to put in a supply order.
Yeah, I know.
I get like 50
Was that
pop-ups.
yeah, that was the last one.
How
So
many?
there you go. There's your nominees. We only have a few more categories, so I may just end up having to put it in the show notes if it takes too long to
Okay.
do it individually.
Yay!
Yeah, so congrats to Some More News winning again there. Yeah, I love their stuff. They're one of the best combinations of entertainment and actual news that's horrifying. Usually. Yeah, we'll move on.
Hello, everybody. So, Palestine and Israel. We're not going to talk about it because we're told it's too complicated to understand or discuss or do anything about. But, counterpoint, we will talk about it because is it too complicated to understand? For an overthrow of the government after he lost the election. Just a little oopsie koozie.
Oopsie coop.
Anyway, oh boy, are the GOP super shocked about the whole sedition thing, aren't they?
The first thing that stands out to me is how embarrassed and disgusted I am that the United States Capitol could be taken over by domestic terrorists while we're in session, transferring power from one president to the other.
Lindsey Graham, the guy who backed Trump's false claims of election fraud, shocked.
Yeah, so this is one of those cases where it just happened to be that the only two nominations for this particular category were both from Some More News. So they got a pretty good chance of winning. Congrats, Mr. Cody. That was a great video, by the way, the Palestinian one.
And Wormbo.
So here's YouTube Theory Channel.
Suddenly that knowledge production can seem all the more democratic. But is it? We've got a proliferation of educational and political YouTubers, but that content is produced in a really asymmetrical way, with big YouTubers and, more common on the right, big companies able to have a much larger impact than small, and in my case, criminally underrated channels.
So I remain deliberately ignorant of anything that might change my mind. Comes from the ancient Greek word doxa, which translates into English as Rebecca from that one nightclub in Essex. There's a subtle point here, which you might disagree with, which is that believing or not believing something can be a moral matter.
Anarchy is a form of living together in society, a society in which people live as brothers and sisters without being able to oppress or exploit others, and in which everyone has at their disposal whatever means the civilization of the time can supply in order for them to attain the greatest possible moral and material development. And anarchism is the method of reaching anarchy through freedom without government, that is, without those authoritarian institutions that impose their will on others by force.
Money ever changes hands. It's entirely possible to develop something like that as well. It's almost
I use this
like
guy's
this
stuff
is
for a lot of
really
my
bad
theory
system
streams.
overall,
It's really good.
which may benefit a few people, especially those who manage to get very ensconced in deep wealth, to the point where their wealth is really never going to be threatened.
To alienate from other people. I feel that within modern anarchist circles, the concept of property, its justifications and its implications for our politics isn't explored as much as its fundamental role in anarchist and socialist politics demands. Most anarchists know that the property rights which give rise to the plutocratic oligarchy that we live in today, known as capitalism, is incompatible with the concept of a free society, and so they rightly reject it.
I can't. Yeah, we're almost at the end. It's just a few more categories. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I missed it. Philosophy Tube 1. You distracted me. So congrats to Philosophy Tube for Best Leftist Theory Channel of the Year. She does some great work.
I think I may
One
let
of the
you
main
finish.
reasons why I started this channel is because I see so much
What?
misinformation
I gotta let you
and
finish 'cause
misunderstanding
I'm
about
Okay.
my
really
country.
tired. I'm
All right, well,
feeling fast.
we will say goodnight to Amanda then for the night. Thank you so much for being
night.
with us.
Thank you.
It was a lot of fun having you. So I'm going to switch to these.
Yeah, the other headphones are better.
I do like
Sorry.
these headphones. They are really good.
Yeah, I told you. I know what's up.
You do know what's up, for sure.
I'm living the dream. Gosh.
All right, let's continue on.
Now, usually this means debunking misinformation and discussion by anti-communist Western media and NGOs. But unfortunately, sometimes I also see misinformation and misunderstanding coming from Western leftists on social media. And one of the most misunderstood aspects of the socialist ideology of Vietnam is our nationalism.
Without necessarily realizing the depth of what they are saying. And to me, that's like the bat signal. I'd grab my tools and I'd go to work. I want to pop the hood on what they've said and take a look at all the philosophy inside. And today, I have found a doozy.
As a defense against the greater prosperity of others. Now, I don't think I completely agree with that. Like, I think Freud is definitely onto something here. But don't some of our community feelings also come from a place of genuine care for other people? I cared for someone once. Rosebud.
Socialism and all of the controversies that surround it. This week, I would like for us to take a look at what many believe to be the inevitable follow-up to socialism, Marxist communism. So what is communism? How many countries have tried it? Has it ever succeeded? And what would it look like if it did succeed? These are the questions we'll be answering today in this week's episode of Unexamined.
All right, so congrats. I'm not going to keep doing the links in the chat because they're just too many of them now to keep up with, and I do want to keep things moving. But yeah, all great nominees for this category. Good stuff. So congrats to ContraPoints for Envy, which was itself a pretty controversial video. It had a lot of strong reactions to it, but I thought it was pretty well done. She got through the different points of what envy is and how it applies to today. It was a really good video. So, yeah.
This is why this thing that I've said that people have become this crazy internet meme, but that's to clean up your room. And well, I'll tell you a couple of strange things, things that I don't really understand.
How to seem profound when all you have to say has no real value. Make vague statements that are technically right, something like, many moral values are similar across different cultures.
The recent IPCC report issuing a code red warning for humanity, climate hopelessness is at an all-time high. As I've spoken about many times before in my videos addressing the climate movement, Gen Z, and the psychology of collapse, there's no mincing words and no sense in beating around the bush. We are in hell, and in many ways, things are gonna get worse.
One man's terrifying journey.
Just going to pause it for 1 second to say thank you very much for Rob for joining me tonight. Yeah. Let's see. Got here late, but I'm here. Where can I see who won? Well, I'm going to put out a reel of the entire award thing without all my commentary and pausing and stuff like that. The video that I'm drawing from right now. So I'll put that out with all the links to all the people that have won. And you can always, once this video is no longer live, you can look back. But yeah, take care, Rob. Thank you so much for joining me. You guys, go check out For We Are Many. In fact, I'm going to go shout them out in the Twitch comments right now. So yeah, go follow For We Are Many on Twitch. They do a wonderful job. And like me, they broadcast also to Facebook. Yeah, I totally get it, Rob. I'm pretty beat. I had a long day too, but thanks for hanging in with me as long as you did. I really do appreciate it. All right, let's keep going. I think this is our second to last category. We're almost done here.
Into the dark heart of an immigrant-induced, crime-ridden, murder-infested, rodeo nightmare. The horrors he endured would be etched on his soul for eternity.
So we're walking around Rosengard. It's kind of boring.
This really is considered to be, the poorest or worst place in Sweden. Wow. Sweden's doing pretty well. It's snowing. It's snowing.
Tim Pool is so boring. I don't know how he has the following that he
There's a lot
does.
of people who think that, you'll get robbed here, that there's a lot of sex crimes or anything like that. That's not the case.
He's digging so hard to come up with some reason why the right-wing narrative that Sweden is somehow dangerous because of immigration is true. But he didn't find it this entire trip. And this is a great video from Hey It's Vadim debunking just how ridiculous, or debunking him and showing how ridiculous he is. Tim Pool.
They said that we'd get robbed if we came out here.
No.
Joseph Watson had to just straight up make lies up about it like this.
There was a Lebanese shopkeeper in Malmo who is an immigrant himself. He wants to move back to Lebanon.
You ever plan on going back to Lebanon?
You live there?
Yeah.
No.
Sweden is just better, or what?
Yeah, much better. It's the best country.
They just outright
Fortunately for
lie.
Tim, he did manage to have just one incident that was still, in my opinion, excruciatingly boring, yet somehow aided right-wing media outlets like the Daily Wire in making claims like,
But it turns out Sweden really has become a stinking cesspool of violence.
Oh, okay.
So I've prepared.
Oh, Ammon Ammon
All right, so
animation.
What we were going to talk about is, the initial quote that happened. I think he's looking off there. The initial quote that kind of was turned into a little bit of a meme, which wasn't intentional, and was you saying you don't even have to think about it regarding the CDC.
Just some amazing
And I
animation
disagree
work.
with that.
I don't know how.
I think people
this
should
guy
think about
does
it. I believe And talked about this through playful ribbing and an aggregation of medical authorities and scientific voices to make an informed and rational decision. So where do you think that I'm wrong on that?
Stephen, do you know that the Spartans are like practice man love with children?
Oh, geez. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. What did I tell you? He was going to do anything he could to avoid. Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar. What a fucking nightmare.
That's great.
Come on, Steven.
Wow.
I think we need to have a meeting with his dad.
Irony alert, Steven. Stop being a bitch. Stop being a baby. Like, come on, Steven. I think he lost the right to those holsters. I think he has to retire them.
Oh, sweetie. What kind of a pussy am I talking to? What happened to you? Bro, it was a dope movie and you're a fucking communist. Can't wait for Avatar 2.
Comments here that black gay people are black first, which is a really weird and stupid thing to try to assert. The underlying point to that comment is that because they're black first, they should be okay with other black people mistreating them on the basis of being gay. There's no other reason to point that out. Because whenever I hear black people complain about gay black people doing something, all they're really doing is defending themselves against aggressive, homophobic black people doing the most because nobody checks them on that shit. See this?
But if you aren't, allow me to put you on game.
How do you do, fellow kids?
Because Stradivarius instruments are a flex all on their own. They're a specially made type of string instrument said to have a superior sound quality compared to other stringed instruments. Stradivariuses regularly sell for millions of dollars.
Probably, but certainly not here. I don't have a formal training in philosophy, theology, or anything. If you're an educated person, it may be quite frustrating to watch me stumble through this, and for that I apologize. You don't need to take my opinion seriously. I don't even know how to put on eyeliner. This is instead a video about what grappling with the question of whether or not God exists means to me.
Newbie. First things first, welcome to the Evening Gazette. It's great to have you on board. You know, it was a really tricky recruitment process and you got through because of your hard work, dedication, and only a little bit because I went to school with your dad, so you should be very, very proud of yourself. Secondly, I recognise that look in your eye.
Since the 1970s, there have been at least 18 gangs within the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And they continue to brutalize and even murder community members today.
And that's just, I mean,
my name is
I guess it shouldn't be surprising, but
I am a journalist.
At the same time, it's still
In the
shocking.
summer of
And these are little
2020,
gangs she's talking about.
I was working for a local radio station here in Los Angeles.
Within the
I
LA County
was
Sheriff's
out
Department.
covering the George Floyd rallies that were happening across the country, across the world.
We're talking about anti-racist music, specifically a few songs, but the main one we're going to be talking about is Accidental Racist. And I know that may have been something that was really talked about in the past few years, but like knowing the political climate now, I still think it's relevant to be discussed, along with the other songs we're going to be talking about.
The black right wing of American politics is one of the most frankly weird and inexplicable phenomena in American politics. In a country torn apart by racial resentment and supremacy, divided into camps based on real material action, individualist solutions, and denial that the problem even exists, the black right wing serves as one of the more shocking aspects of our political environment.
Owing to his Cuban heritage, provides plausible deniability for the Proud Boys' more overtly racist members and activities. Terrio's 5 months and 5-day sentence is merely one headline in a number of high-profile arrests, charges, and sentences for members of the so-called Western chauvinist gang following the Proud Boys' involvement in the Capitol riot.
told you that comic blocks aren't that bad actually. On the contrary, they're pretty good, both in terms of architecture and city planning. In many cases, they can even beat brand new housing development. But how is that possible? Let's find out.
Yeah, so congrats to all the nominees. That's a lot of great material. And as I said, I'll put all the links in the final version of this video, as well as the standalone reel of all these announcements. So if you don't find links to them now, or if you miss someone, I'll definitely get to it. I'll have a way for you to do it. So congrats to Renegade Cut. Did not expect that win actually in amidst such a competitive field. Well, I guess competitive, but such a high class field of submissions for that. But that was a very crowded category. So hats off to them. Very good stuff. All right, and this is the very last category. So thank you all for sticking with me through all this. This has been a lot of fun, and I can't wait to see what we can come together and do next time. But yeah, here's the very last category of the night.
So these were
That's crazy.
HIV
That's
infected like clothing.
This is a really good video.
You can look at this. This is all
Don't mind.
You're
if
welcome, Maggie.
I do wonder why she brought this up, because there was no mention of toxic waste before 2018, which kind of suggests she was looking for a post hoc justification, but oh well. In any case, Lauren is being conservative here. It was actually 24 tons. This was another one of Salvini's claims against the Aquarius, and where do you start? First of all, I'm not sure why she thinks it was dumped in the sea.
And that's all great. If it's what you want. But Jesus Christ, it's not me. I think I have to leave. I'm sure civilian life will be quite the adjustment. It's gonna be hard. In some ways, I'm.
This was quite the video. I was very moved by this entire thing.
Change now. I don't know how much longer I'll live. I would regret not changing.
Yeah,
every day
I agree,
until
Wade.
the end.
Thank you.
I really hope that kid who came up to me and said I was a.
And that I should note too that cosmonaut shirt that this actor is wearing. That's a reference to probably the Philosophy 2's most impactful video, at least for myself, when she talked about dealing with feelings of depression and self-harm and all that sort of thing. Oh, thank you, Perennial Green. That's Amanda, my wife, who's Perennial Green there. It was a lot of fun having you as a co-host. I think we make a good duo for the stream. But yeah, that Cosmonaut video, go check out Philosophy Tube's Cosmonaut. I can't get through it without breaking down and crying by the end. She puts so much passion and open-heartedness into her content, and it's really inspiring to see.
Masculine role model. Won't feel like I've let him down too much. It's been a privilege.
Oh, you're welcome, Natalie.
performing for you all.
Happy to do it.
Literally. I've always wanted to cultivate an audience that was kind and curious and open-minded, and I really hope this doesn't change the way you see me. In some ways, I'll always be here. The last 7 years of videos, all the old ones. If you want to see me, then that's where I'll be. As a performance. A character on the screen. The man who isn't there. Whatever happens, I am incredibly grateful. Especially to all the people who support me on Patreon. I really hope that you'll continue to support this show and the person who will be here after I'm gone. Thank you very much. You have been a wonderful audience. this.
And of course, I had to mute this part because it's David Bowie's Black Star, and there's absolutely no way that I could afford the rights to that. Pretty amazing that she managed to swing that, because it was very fitting for this video. This was another one of those ones, very open-hearted and vulnerable. So, yeah, I was really moved by it. And this is the first time we saw Abby Thorne as herself.
I'm so glad I don't have to do the voice anymore. Okay. Hello. My name is Abigail Thorne. I'm the creator of Philosophy Tube. I do a lot of characters and visual metaphor and stuff on the show, so for the final part of today's episode, I wanted to drop the act, and for once, just to explain to you what's going on. So, first of all, this is not a joke. This is not a performance. It's not part of the theater. This is real. I'm transgender. If you've seen any Philosophy Tube before, you might have known me by a different name. But off camera, all my friends and family call me Abigail.
You underestimate the fundamental sadness of the human condition, and no amount of fame and money is gonna fix that. You know, fame alienates you from other people. It dehumanizes you in the eyes of the masses, which can actually make you feel more alone, even when people are worshiping you as a goddess. Never mind how it feels when they're hunting you as a witch. The truth is that unless you've personally experienced infamy, being shamed and shunned on a scale the human brain can't really even understand, then you just don't know what it's like.
The CIA is a horrible organization that should be immediately abolished. I'm not going to say it's
Hard
the
agree.
most evil organization currently in existence, because
It's
that's
definitely up there.
compared to other evil groups like ISIS or the FBI or people who bring acoustic guitars to house parties. It's also just very hard to quantify evil. But I
CIA
think there
is
is a pretty decent
monstrous
case to be made
organization.
with at least one of the organizations that's caused the most harm to the world. The CIA has toppled democratically elected governments, installed and supported brutal military dictatorships, funneled vast amounts of money from the global south to rich Americans, knowingly lied to citizens of foreign countries, citizens of America, and even American presidents, all the while showing a truly chilling disregard.
I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, that the CIA actually came, or maybe it was the FBI, but one of the three-letter services actually came to Chill Goblin's house after he put out this video and asked him a whole bunch of questions about his political beliefs, if he was a dangerous or violent person, all this stuff, just for putting out a video criticizing the CIA. It's pretty scary. But I'm pretty sure that was the part of the aftermath of him putting out this video. But it's an amazing video.
For human life,
Highly
and
recommend it.
destroying America's already pretty bad reputation around the world. But don't get the wrong idea, though. The CIA was not able to pull all that off because they're crafty or impressive or geniuses of spycraft. Now, Central Intelligence, more like central people who suck. Got 'em.
Got him.
And we must keep endless watch on ourselves, lest in a careless moment we breathe in somebody's face and fasten the infection on him. It's wearying business to be plague-stricken, but even more wearying to refuse to be it. Albert Camus, The Plague. In the 1947 book, The Plague, Albert Camus tells a fictional
This was
story
kind of a
about
similar
the
video
Algerian
to
port town
Inside,
a town that
the
is
movie
full
Inside.
of busy, happy people.
Dealing with the loneliness and the isolation of COVID.
Don't worry,
It's-
vaccines
ah,
are
I did a
perfectly safe.
terrible
According
job
to
lining
me,
up that
You might notice a little prick.
title card.
Hello and welcome back to hell. I'm just vaccinating my profiteroles, immunizing them against a horrendous disease known only as not enough cream, itis. Unfortunately, while vaccines are great at stimulating my balls, in humans they've become quite the controversial topic.
In Denmark, the Queen is the head of state and the Prime Minister is the head of government. In the United States of America, the President is both the head of state and the head of government. Internationally, this is not too unusual, as many nation-states in Africa and South America combine head of state and head of government. But this is unusual, even unique, in the global north, the term associated with rich nations.
Yeah, congrats to everyone. Those are all really worthwhile videos to check out. So congrats to our final winner of the night, ContraPoints, for her video on J.K. Rowling. Man, if you've never seen a ContraPoints video, you definitely got to go check out her stuff. She puts in so much into the design of every single frame that goes into it. I don't know how much it costs to rent out these elaborate sets and get all these people to do the props and costuming, but it's just like flawless presentation. So, and you know, behind all of that is very thought-provoking commentary on these various aspects of the human condition, really. This one about transphobia in prominent figures like J.K. Rowling. So yeah, definitely deserves this award. So such great work. So yeah, thank you for making it to the end of the regular part of the award show. We're gonna have one more little segment. We're gonna, for the first time ever, we're gonna do an in memoriam for some of our comrades who we've lost in the past couple of years, and because it's the first time we've done in memoriam, we're going to go back a little bit further than was included in the nominations for other stuff. So yeah, of course, Michael Brooks, one of the greatest out there, so tragically taken before his time. Be ruthless with systems and be kind with people. I think that really sums up his character and his philosophy in life really well. It's an incalculable loss to the left to not have him. David Graeber also cut down way too early. I'm reading his most recent book now, The Dawn of Everything, which goes into the philosophies from Native American societies that have literally shaped a lot of Western political thought. He was just talking in the most recent chapter about how some of these tribes' philosophers were so threatening to Western thought in Europe that they had to come up with an entire branch of philosophy to try and combat it, because they didn't have good answers to the questions and problems that they were posing. So it's a phenomenally eye-opening book. But all his stuff is great. Bullshit Jobs, amazing account of how much extra work we do for no good reason. People that have, they're just like lackeys to a boss. They make their boss look good. They tick boxes because someone says, you must meet this, and this, but don't really have an effect on anything else. They're just bureaucrats that push around paperwork, especially like the health industry, which in the U.S. is so bloated and bureaucratic, for the simple fact that we favor private healthcare. Without that, there would hundreds of thousands of jobs would go away, because they would not be needed under a national system. But yeah, all his stuff is just such great work. So a tremendous loss again. And then finally, Mike Gravel, senator from Alaska, who was the inspiration for, I think he also helped set up the Gravel Institute, which is a great YouTube channel. But yeah, he was, I think he lived to be 88, so he had a good full life and contributed very much to leftist thought. Yeah, one of the good ones, really. You just found ContraPoints on YouTube. Very good. That's a really good channel to check out. So many great videos. And unfortunately, because they are so cost prohibitive and so elaborate, she doesn't put out that many per year. But there's a really good backlog to explore. Um, but yeah, lost so many awesome thinkers in the past year and change that it's really made it just made the pandemic a lot worse too. Having to also endure people taken before their time who had a whole lot more to give to the body of leftist thought globally. But yeah, so all right, yeah, rest in power. And here we have the credits, and that's it. Thank you all for being here. I loved every moment of doing this. Thanks so much to my wife Amanda for being couldn't ask for a better co-host. Thanks to Rob for coming on and lending your voice. Thank you all for watching too. This has been great, and hopefully it'll only get better in subsequent years. If you'd like to volunteer for any of this stuff, literally that reel of the awards, all the nominees, and the announcement cards, and the backdrop, and all the award placards, and all that stuff. It took me, I don't know how many hours, more than 10 hours, I would say, to edit all that together just for that. So yeah, next year, any help you can get, especially if you're good with like graphic design, because like I know some basic tools and stuff, but I'm by no means the fastest operator on that. And as you saw, I had some errors in there as well that I'll have to correct for the final version of the awards reel. But yeah, I hope you all found at least one new person to go check out who's putting out really good leftist content. It's really all over the place if you look for it and you just know where to look. So that's the main focus of this whole award show. That's the reason for everything. Yeah, you do have some good graphic design skills, Matthew. I really like your websites a lot. So you're speaking the truth when you say that. So, but yeah, anyone that can help for next year. Again, I think I'm gonna move it to be more of a New Year sort of a thing. Maybe we'll run it against one of the actual award shows as like the alternative. Oh, I appreciate that, Matthew. Glad you're here for me. So that we, so in the new part of the year, well, it'll both be a little bit more clean in terms of like it's just 1 year's entire content that we'll be able to look at because it will all have been done by that point, and here we are in November. There's still and that's what I found out too, is that a lot of especially the bigger YouTube channels tend to put out some of their biggest and best stuff towards the end of the year, because they're banking on people being home with family and stuff and wanting something to do. So it'd be better, I think, if we're not if that's something that's still fresh in people's mind when the nominating process starts again. So I think that's yet another reason to move it to the new year. But I do like having it on Black Friday, being kind of the alternative to consumer culture. Actually look at some people who are trying to do good in the world, trying to spread good ideas, and at the same time, many of them entertaining you at the same time. Yeah, you're quite welcome, Natalie. Thank you so much. Oh, thanks. I really appreciate that, saying that about us. We're a beautiful couple. Yeah, I think we have a good rapport on camera. I've always enjoyed having her on. She's been on some past streams too, so check out my archives. You can see some more of the lovely Amanda, as we were talking about. I don't remember what we were talking about. It was probably theory stuff at that point, so probably some books we were going through. Yeah, she's been on a couple of times. Thank you, Matthew. I really try to make it a good service to give people more to look at, and put some more eyes on really, in my opinion, some of the best content out there right now. People talking about actually changing the world for the better, not just giving in to nihilism or hedonism or any of the other inwardly focused philosophies, but actually trying to push some light outward, really. But yeah, I think that is going to do it for me. I'm getting really tired too, but this is a blast. I love doing this, and I love having y'all along with me for the ride. I'm not going to be doing a stream. I usually do streams on Sundays. I'm going to forgo this one because I'm just too tired after after all this stuff. I'm going to take a break, but I will be back next Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, and we're going to be continuing on with the ABC of Anarchism, which is also known as What is Communist Anarchism by Alexander Berkman. I believe we're getting into chapter 6 or 7 at this point. But as always, you can check out my archive there on YouTube. And I'm gonna shout out my own link tree one more time, so you can follow my work in all the different places. So yeah, follow that link tree link, and you can see all the stuff that I post content. And I hope to see you all in future streams. For those of you joining me on Twitch, we will be raiding into another community now. That's something we like to do, just to give a boost to, one more boost to the leftist community. And it looks like a few of our nominees from the night are on right now. We have Actual Jake, we have Dylan Burns, we have Hasnabi, who would not see our raid at all, but it's nice that he's doing it. We have Polly People on, Joe Lewis. I'm seeing quite a few. So if any of those strike your fancy and you want me to raid into them, now's the time to shout out who you'd like. Yeah, you're quite welcome, Natalie. I'm glad to be able to provide some service to people. But I think Jake is doing his. Oh, he's debating. Oh, is he debating Destiny right now? I'm gonna take a quick look at and see what Jake's doing. We may have to turn away though. I don't know. I don't tend to like Destiny debates. I'll be honest. I love Jake. I don't love Destiny, and he's just been getting worse and worse lately. Yeah, we might do that. Oh God, and that really yelly guy's on there, and he's yelling. Who would have guessed? Should we do Actual Jake? I think. I don't know. What do you guys think? Who should I do? Who should I raid into? I would like to. I think it probably is an important debate, but at the same time, you're going to be that right wing guy who's on there right now is the worst. He's the guy who's yelling all the time. I'll go ahead and at least put Actual Jake's channel in the chat, so you can check him out yourself, whether or not you come on the raid. I think we'll raid into him. We're gonna take the risk. So if you come along with me, it does help me improve my standing in the leftist community, and it helps get some more eyes on some great leftist creators. And definitely, Jake's gonna need all the help he can get tonight, because not only does he have the yelly, shouty right-wing guy, he has the smartest guy in philosophy class 101 who's convinced he knows more than the professor, that being Destiny. So yeah, let's go ahead and raid into Jake. Thank you all again for joining me. I really do appreciate it. Oops, let's do it right. Oh, okay. Back up 1 second there. All right, and here goes the raid. Did it not work?